afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, so at the time of this investigation, when it began, how long had you been with the Tallahassee Police Department?
25 years.
You'd spent vast majority of your career as an investigator detective.
No, I've probably spent most of my career as a street officer.
Okay. At the time of this, how long had you been a detective?
6 years.
And you continued to be the lead for Tallahassee Police Department on this investigation until your retirement, correct?
Correct.
Now, it's important when you're conducting an investigation, especially a homicide investigation, for you to be thorough, correct?
Yes.
You don't want to leave essentially any stone unturned,
Yes.
obviously within reason.
Yes.
You talked about your agency beginning to obtain cellular phone records of the Adelson family pretty early on, correct? You started getting them in July?
Yes.
Okay. And you learned that Wendi Adelson's parents, my client and her husband, lived in Miami, correct?
I believe at the time it was Coral Springs, but,
They had a place on Miami Beach?
well, I know that they ended up at Miami Beach. I don't recall at the time of the homicide if they were living on Miami Beach.
Okay. But you knew that they were in South Florida?
South Florida is correct.
Okay. And so as your investigation continued and you started looking into, you made the connection between the two individuals who drove up here, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. You made that connection to Katherine Magbanua, correct?
Right.
And you made that connection to Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And then you see these large cash deposits into Katie Magbanua, or you see Katie Magbanua's unemployment status.
Right.
She's still paying her bills in South Florida.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that you contacted the SunPass Authority.
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever, you'd already made a connection between the investigation and the Adelson family at this point, pretty quickly.
I wouldn't say that.
Okay, well, over a couple years. By the time June of 2016 comes, comes about, you've already made that connection.
Oh, yes. By that time, yes.
Okay. And you contacted the SunPass Authority for my client's SunPass records, correct?
No.
No, you didn't. Did you contact the Turnpike Authority for construction records for the Turnpike?
Construction records?
Yes.
No.
What about for I-95 or 595?
To my knowledge, there is no, and I believe I established that with the FDOT, Florida Department of Transportation, that there was no toll system on 95.
Okay. I was asked about construction records on 95.
I did not inquire about construction records.
What about accident records?
Accident records?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Isn't it true that my client and her husband shared an email address?
I believe they did.
You learned that during your investigation. In fact, I think Wendi said that, didn't she, in her interview with you?
I don't recall whether she said it.
Where is... Do you have 64 up here still? Mr. Isom, you identified emails that are contained in State's Exhibit 64, correct?
Yes.
And according to your testimony, these are emails between my client and her daughter, correct?
Yes.
Let's see. And in some of these emails, my client called Danny Markel bad names.
Yes.
She never actually said she hated him, did she, in any of these emails?
That came through the grandchildren.
Okay. At the time, the grandchildren were 3 and 4.
I don't recall the age. They were young.
And you also testified about a bribe. You are not a family law attorney, are you?
No.
Okay. And you have no idea whether or not it's permitted for one party to offer any sort of financial incentive to another party when it comes to relocation.
That's not in my realm.
And you also testified about Mr. Markel's life insurance policy, pension, and you said that those funds went to his children with Wendi as a custodian?
Some of them, and some of them was Dan Markel's sister as the custodian.
Okay. Did my client receive any financial benefit in the form of Danny's life insurance, his pension, or anything else?
Not that I could tell.
Going back to those emails, especially the one the state highlighted concerning the Catholic Church and dressing the kids up, Wendi didn't take those suggestions, did she?
No.
You testified just now concerning your attempt to obtain employment records for Miss Magbanua from the Adelson Institute. It's a small business, right?
It appeared to be.
Just a handful of employees?
Yeah, there was only 2 there at the time.
You don't know whether or not any of the employees had a written job description?
No, I do not know that.
You don't know if any of the employees' files had evaluations or job reviews?
I didn't see that. I would think with that type of business and working on people's mouths and so forth that there would be a little scrutiny involved.
But you don't know if they kept those records for any employee,
I have no
do you?
idea. I was only seeking and only had cause to seek for Magbanua.
And when Miss Magbanua was arrested, you testified that you received a call from someone who identified himself as Charlie's attorney, correct?
After her arrest, the gentleman that called my number he identified himself as an attorney for Charlie Adelson.
Not Donna Adelson.
Not Donna.
Now, is it unusual in an investigation like this for a defense attorney to contact you about whether or not there's a warrant for their client's arrest?
I wouldn't say that. It was shocking to me that within that short a time frame, the only way that this person would have knowledge would be from Magbanua's attorney. So there would be contact between Magbanua's attorney and this person identifying himself as Charlie's attorney in a short, very short time. No media, nothing had been divulged.
So what you found unusual was the short time frame, not the phone call itself.
No, it was immediate, and I'm basically telling Coas, if your client wants to cooperate, contact me. Don't call somebody else that's a co-conspirator, their attorney.
You didn't receive a call from anyone identifying themselves as Donna's attorney in that instant, did you?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Kappelman asked you about what has been coined that grandmother motion. again, you're not a family law attorney.
Right, still not.
And so although you read the motion
Yes.
and you're educated, you,
Oh.
absent having some legal knowledge, can you interpret what is being requested in the motion?
I believe so. I think it's pretty plain.
Okay. I'm glad you said that. Now, I want to go back to the emails, and I'm going to use the board. The emails that you testified were between my client and her mother.
I just if we needed to take a break.
I'm going to show you 64EE. Let's see. The sender of this email is not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, it doesn't. I don't know who it's from. It's not showing it.
Okay. It's an evite.com invitation.
I've seen those.
Okay. You don't have any personal knowledge as to how these are generated, do you?
Someone has to go through this program to get it set up and sent out.
But you don't have any personal knowledge as to how that's done, do you?
No.
The next page of EE, it's a August 30th, 2014 email to Wendi. Now, the sender is donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
That's correct.
Whose name is next to that?
Harvey Adelson.
That's not Donna Adelson, is it?
No, I believe that's her husband.
Next. It's an email dated September 12th, 2014. And the sender is saying that Lincoln will attend Tot Shabbat with his grandpa, Harvey Adelson. Isn't that what it says?
Yes, it does.
Who's it from?
It's from donnaharvey@gmail.com.
And whose name is next to that?
It says Harvey Adelson.
I'm going to show you 64FF. This is, again, from donnaharvey@gmail.com, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Whose name is there?
Where it says from,
Yes.
it says Harvey Adelson.
Okay. Wendi, this is the information on work order for repair of TV, Friday, July 18th, between 8 and 12. Love, Dad. My
Yes.
client's not Dad, is she?
I wouldn't refer to him as that. I don't think she would either.
This is still part of that same email, the Geek Squad schedule. Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one become available? Do you see that language?
Yes.
What's the answer underneath that?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia.
Excuse me?
I said good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. It was your testimony that the first trip you came up on, you scoped out Mr. Markel's house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that he was going to be taking his kids to school, so when he came out with the kids, you're trying to follow him to the school, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you got lost. He lost you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the second time that you came up, you knew he was going to be taking the children to school, and so you followed him to the school, correct?
The daycare, yes.
Yes. And then you knew he was going to be going to the gym, right?
I didn't know he was going to the gym. I just followed him.
You followed him to the gym.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you followed him to his house,
Yes, ma'am.
and that's where he was killed.
Yes, ma'am.
And the woman who wanted him to be killed, past you and Sigfredo and Katie, the woman who wanted him to be killed was Wendi Adelson, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
It was she wanting her children, correct?
Absolutely.
May I approach, Your Honor? Mr. Garcia, I'm going to show you what has
Mr.
been...
Rivera.
Oh,
Not
I'm so
Garcia.
sorry. I am so
Twice.
sorry. I apologize. Mr. Rivera, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defendant's Exhibit 50. Could you take a look at that and tell me if you recognize that?
Yeah.
And what is that?
It's like a profile of everybody's face.
Okay? And did you make some marks on this for me and then sign it on March the 11th of 2025?
Yes, I did.
You just hold on to that for a second. Mr. Vera, when we met with you that day taking your deposition and I presented that to you, you gave us information about what had happened, pretty similar to what you talked about here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were done talking about those things and some information about Sigfredo and Katie, I presented you with what's in front of you as Defendant's Exhibit 50, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I asked if you would put the number 1 and circle it next to the person you know as Katie, who you said was in charge of this whole deal, correct?
Yep.
And did you do that?
Yep.
All right. And then I said, would you put a number 2 next to the person you say did this killing?
Yes.
And you did that, correct?
Yes, I did.
And that was Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes, ma'am.
The first one was Katie Magbanua, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, would you put a number 3 next to yourself on the paper? And did you do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're the one who got the gun that was used to kill Danny Markel, and you drove the car that day. You didn't shoot him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I said, if you would, please put the number 4 next to the man who was killed, and you did that with Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I said, if you would, put the number 5 next to the lady that wanted the man killed. And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
And was that with Wendi Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And then I asked you if the 2 people on the top of the page who have their pictures there and the names Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, you see those on the top?
Yes, ma'am.
I asked you, as far as you know, were they involved in any of this? And you said no, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So I asked you to put X's next to the people who on that page were not involved in this.
Yes, ma'am.
And you did that.
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
The email JJ2 that is dated December 18th of 2013, That was sent to an email address shared by Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson, correct?
Correct.
You don't know who responded wow, do you?
I do not.
And with respect to Donna Adelson driving from Orlando to Tallahassee at the time that the motion was filed on March 26, 2014, you don't have any evidence that that motion was shared with Donna, do you?
No.
Nothing further?
Gonna redirect for investigator Newlin.
Morning.
Okay, so I want you to turn to B, and I think it's point 4. B4. That does that email indicate that it's who the sender is?
It says Donna Harvey Adelson.
Not Donna?
No.
Okay, and then is there any, love mom or anything like that at the end of that email?
There's not.
So you don't know who sent that, do you?
Let me go through it again. No.
Then I want you to turn to JJ2. That one-word response is from the shared email address of Donna Harvey, correct?
That's correct.
Isn't it true that emails from Donna Adelson are much lengthier than a one-word response?
They generally are.
I want you to turn to Y2. When Ms. Kappelman was questioning you about that, you testified that the email says, so at the moment she will not be allowed to relocate. You didn't finish the rest of what that email, the rest of that sentence. Isn't it true? It says, unless at some point in the future, Danny chooses to move. If he chooses to move, then Wendi can relocate.
Yes.
Now, the June, let's see. Now, after the relocation was denied, my client sent that lengthy email. I believe it's at Z2.
Yes.
Isn't it true that although my client made these suggestions, that Wendi Adelson later responded and said, "I'm not doing this"?
I do recall an email from Wendi saying, "Mom, I'm not doing this."
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
Just one moment, Your Honor. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
I represent your mother in this case. You've never spoken to me about this case, correct?
I have not.
I guess the best place to start is where you left off with respect to the comments that you made regarding your mother taking it well. When's the last time you listened to that call?
I haven't listened to it. Listened to the call I had with my mom. I've never listened to it.
Well, from the interview room, you've never listened to your interview?
I have read the transcript of my interview, but I never listened to my interview.
You don't recall the shock in your mother's voice when you told her what had happened?
I do think she was shocked.
You could hear that over the phone, correct?
Yes.
So many topics were covered, I'm gonna have to kind of skip around, okay? Katie Magbanua, Katherine Magbanua, I guess people call her Katie. There was a picture of you with her at the beach, and there was another young lady there. You recall that?
I recall the picture, yes.
And that was Father's Day weekend, I guess, of 2014.
Yes, ma'am.
And I think your testimony was that really you only knew her with Charlie, is that right?
That's right.
Was Charlie at the beach?
No.
Your mother wasn't there either, was she?
No.
And then I think you mentioned that you had a dinner with Katie?
And my brother.
Okay. Was that before you went to the beach?
It was a different time.
Do you recall if it was before then?
It was before,
Okay.
but several months before.
Several months before?
Mhm.
Okay. So if this was Father's Day, when do you think you actually met her for the first time?
I think I met her when I was doing the alternative spring break, so that's usually March or April.
Same year?
Same year.
And the dinner that was mentioned, is that the first place you ever met her?
That's the first place I remember meeting her.
And who all was there?
It was my brother and Katie and Jeff and I. Jeff
Mr.
Lacasse.
I'm sorry, how you pronounce it?
Lacasse.
Lacasse. Okay, so the four of you were there. Your mother was not there.
No.
I want you to, it's been 11 years, so a lot I'm sure has happened to you in the past 11 years. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And your memory may not be as good as it was of things that happened back then, now that 11 years has passed. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. As best you can, I want you to take yourself out of the year 2025 and go back to the years somewhere like 2010 through 2014 when Mr. Markel was murdered, okay?
Okay,
In that time frame are going to be most of the questions that I ask you.
okay.
All right. I think you testified you had a brother, Charlie,
Yes,
and you have a brother, Rob.
yes,
So that was a five-member family.
yes,
Okay. And Rob's the oldest,
yes,
Charlie's the middle,
yes,
and you're the baby.
yes.
Okay. And you grew up in a household where, was your mother working when you were younger?
No,
Okay. She stayed home with the kids.
she did.
And at some point, she went back into teaching, which is what she had done before she had her first child, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And she did that after you were in school, is that right?
yes,
Okay. And then you all went to school, grade school, high school, you grew up, right?
yes,
Each one of you went off to college.
yes,
Each one of you got a postgraduate degree.
yes,
So you're an attorney.
yes,
Charlie became a periodontist,
yes,
which is someone who does surgery related to dentistry, correct?
yes,
And then Rob's a doctor as well.
yes,
And throughout the time that you all were going to college, your parents helped support you,
yes,
every one of you.
yes,
And you had a good childhood.
I did.
And your mom took good care of you all.
Yes,
She treated you well,
yes,
very kind,
yes,
very loving,
yes,
very caring towards her family and others.
yes,
I think you once described her as being kind, empathetic, and very loving and sensitive person. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but that sounds right.
That she radiates positivity.
Yes,
She has a very loving and respectful and fun relationship with my dad. They are very much in love. Now it's been 54 years.
it has.
You said your mom was completely selfless.
Yes,
That's the opposite of selfish.
it is.
Means she's caring more about others than she does about herself.
Yes, ma'am.
And what she did was for others.
Yes,
Never doing anything for herself.
correct.
She was invested in your lives,
Yes,
and both of your brothers.
yes,
Okay. You were a close family.
yes,
And would you say she was a good mother to you?
yes, very good mother.
And a very good grandmother as well.
Yes,
When you had your first child, and you needed someone to help out, your mother came,
she did.
and she spent time there.
Yes,
And when the baby was crying in the middle of the night so that you could get some rest, she took care of the baby.
she did.
And she did that for both of your children.
Yes,
Fair to say that your mom has always been there for you when you needed her,
yes,
for little things and big things.
yes,
Now, you said that, you testified that you left Danny in September of 2012. You recall that?
yes,
From September of 2012 until March of 2013, your mother actually spent quite a bit of time helping you with the boys in Tallahassee, correct?
she did. Yes,
She would go home and take care of things there, but she would return.
yes,
So a substantial amount of each month, she was there assisting you with the children.
yes,
While you were at work, she may take them to school. Is that correct, their daycare?
I don't remember that one, whether I dropped them at school or my mom did, but it's certainly possible that she took them to school.
She might have picked them up.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
She did some housework, cleaning up around the house.
yes,
She bought groceries.
yes,
She cooked.
yes,
She cleaned.
yes,
She was there for you because you had just left a marriage where you had a partner helping you, and now you were adjusting to being by yourself, correct?
yes,
Now, at the time, this time period we're talking about, your mother lived in, where did you say, Coral Springs?
Coral Springs.
And where is that in relation to Miami?
It's Broward County, so it's the county north of Dade County, which is where Miami is.
And Broward County, that's like where Fort Lauderdale is?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and their dentist practice that they had that's been referred to, Adelson Institute,
Yes,
that was located in Broward County, correct?
it was, yes.
Not far from where your parents lived.
Yes, in Tamarack, so close to Coral Springs.
Okay. And at some point, they got the place down in Miami, right?
Yes,
So what they were doing was they would work Monday through Thursday and stay at their home in Coral Springs, right?
mm-hmm.
And then
Yes.
they would go and spend the weekend at the place in Miami. Is that right?
I don't think every weekend, but some weekends.
Some of them. Okay.
Yeah,
And you visited there.
I did.
Now, when your mother would come up to assist you or just to visit with you and the children and Danny, did she drive typically or fly?
I think sometimes drive, sometimes fly.
Okay, and that's
Most of the time drive, I think.
most of the time drive. And that's almost an 8-hour trip, correct?
It is, yes.
And at the time that this occurred, your mother would have been, when Danny was murdered, she would have been, let's see, 64-ish?
That sounds right.
She's 75 now. Is that yes?
Yes,
And sometimes she would rent cars, is that right?
yes,
As opposed to driving her vehicle.
yes,
Your father came sometimes as well to help out?
yes.
I want to talk about Mr. Markel for a few minutes. I think you said you met online,
We did.
but you were attracted to him.
Yes,
He was a handsome young man.
yes.
You're a beautiful young woman.
Thank you.
And you got married.
We did, yes.
And there were times, I mean, we've heard about the divorce, but before the divorce, there were times where you had a happy marriage.
Yes,
And you all enjoyed spending time together,
yes,
the two of you together and with your children.
yes,
And even your parents who would come up and spend time with you.
yes,
And your parents actually took you and Danny on vacations, right?
yes.
There was one trip where they took you out of the country and you went ziplining. Do you remember that?
Yes, we went to Costa Rica.
And after the ziplining is when you told them that you were pregnant, correct?
I went ziplining pregnant, yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that Danny, I'm saying Danny because that's what people call him. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of him. He's,
No, I called him Danny.
okay. You would agree that he was very intelligent.
Yes, very.
He had 2 degrees from Harvard, correct?
Yes,
Undergraduate and law school.
yes, ma'am.
He did a lot of writing.
Yes,
And at the time that he was murdered, he was a tenured professor at the College of Law here at FSU, correct?
yes,
And becoming tenured is not like an automatic thing. You have to work towards that, right?
yes,
Takes a lot of time,
it does.
a lot of effort.
Mhm.
He put in a lot of work to gain that status.
Yes,
And he traveled to go and speak at different places, right?
yes,
And he was well respected by his colleagues.
yes, very.
And after he had children, those became the love of his life, didn't they?
Yes,
And even after you separated, I think you would agree with me that Danny made a great deal of effort to get as much time with his children as he could. Is that fair?
yes, absolutely.
Even when it was your time to have the children, he would go to their preschool and visit with them there.
Yes,
He wanted to talk to them on the phone when he didn't have them,
yes,
and he wanted to Skype with them,
Yes.
correct? Okay. And that, I'm sorry, I'm old, but that involved like a computer where you can see each other while you're talking, is that right?
I think now it's something you could do on the phone, but back then you needed a computer.
Okay. And you assisted with that?
I did.
Not necessarily the schedule he wanted.
I'm sorry?
You didn't necessarily keep the schedule that Danny wanted for Skyping, right?
I did try,
You tried,
yes,
but that was one of the things you two bickered about.
it was.
Okay. And during the time that you were with Danny, your mother was always kind to him, wasn't she?
She was,
Before you got married to him,
yes,
while you were married to him,
yes,
while you were separated,
yes,
and after the divorce.
yes,
And there's been a lot of testimony and a lot of pictures put up, lots of things highlighted about the ugly things that your mother said about Danny during the course of the separation, the divorce, and the follow-up litigation, right?
yes,
And you shared, as you've testified, some of the pleadings that were filed in your case.
yes,
And some of the pleadings weren't very attractive towards you, were they?
no,
They described things that were derogatory towards you, is that fair?
yes,
And the communications that you had with Danny during the separation leading up to the divorce and some thereafter were pretty critical of you, weren't they?
the communication on paper, which
Right.
was very different than the communication in person.
Right, but the paperwork was critical,
Yes,
and you shared that with your mother.
yes,
And some of the things that he said to you in writing, whether they were communications or in the pleadings, upset you.
yes,
Some of it was very upsetting to you.
yes,
And you shared it with your mother, and then she became upset.
yes,
And she said bad words.
yes,
She called him a lot of bad names.
yes,
She said ugly things about him.
yes,
But not one single time did she ever suggest in writing or to you personally that Danny deserved to be harmed, did she?
never,
Never said he needed to be killed.
never,
Never suggested any harm to him in any way.
never,
And those things that she said to you in the emails, the communications I assume that you all thought were between yourselves, you never shared those with Danny, did you?
No.
And during the separation, well, during the time you're married, we've already established, but during the separation, if Danny needed help with the children, your mother assisted him, didn't she?
He had called her and asked for help at various times, and she did.
And after the divorce, the same thing, correct?
He would call and ask for help, and she would help.
Let's see here. Do you have State's Exhibit 60 up there?
I don't see anything that says 60 on it.
I can't use this book. What is this, JJ? May I approach the witness, Sean? I'm going to show you what has been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 60, and I think they refer to it as JJ.
Okay.
Okay? And this would be your, it's gonna fall if you don't hold that
Okay,
side, I'm
no
sorry.
problem.
I can't get this over for some reason.
I can try.
But this has been referred to as the pleadings that are within your dissolution file.
Okay.
Okay? I'm gonna leave that with you, okay?
Okay.
Could you look at that document, the JJ, please?
Yes, you want me to just keep reading through it?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I want you to familiarize yourself with it.
I'm still reading through it. Should I continue to
I
read
just
to the?
you don't need to read every word. If you would just familiarize yourself so that you can recall the substance of that pleading.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Prior to you filing your petition for dissolution, do you want me to come and get that?
No, it's okay.
Okay. Prior to filing your petition for dissolution, what kind of experience did you have regarding divorce proceedings?
I'm trying to understand the question.
Yeah,
So
sure.
prior to filing the dissolution of marriage,
Yes.
there weren't any divorce proceedings prior to filing.
Well, I guess what I'm saying is because you're an attorney, were you familiar with family law?
No,
Had you participated in any, helping anybody with their dissolution of marriage?
I had not.
Completely unfamiliar with the process?
I was unfamiliar with the process.
And that pleading that's before you, are you back on the front page of that?
I can get back to the front page.
Thank you.
I'm on the front page.
Okay. And could you read for the jury what the title of that pleading is?
Yes, ma'am. Former husband's counter motion for enforcement of MSA on parenting issues and motion for contempt and sanctions.
Doesn't say grandmother motion, does it?
No.
And in fact, the overwhelming majority of that motion relates to Danny's complaints about you and parenting issues, correct?
It does, yes.
And in fact, what they call the grandmother part of that motion is really Danny complaining about you not meeting the requirements of the right of first refusal, correct?
That's correct.
Because his complaint is that if you gave him the right of first refusal, some of the times he could take it and the children would be with him instead of the grandmother.
Yes.
It wasn't actually suggesting that from this point forward, your mother could no longer have anything but supervised visitation, correct?
I didn't see it that way.
Okay. And in any event, your mother never saw that motion, did she?
No, she did not.
May I approach? I'm gonna take the book. I don't know if I need to give it back to you or not. That way it's not gonna fall on you.
Okay.
Now, the state has referred to this bribe. You've heard him talk about that, correct?
I believe so.
They suggested, because I think there are emails that discuss this, about potentially offering Danny $1 million.
Yes.
And your understanding of what was trying to take place there, because you actually put that in writing, was it wasn't to take the children away from Danny, was it?
No.
It was in hopes that he would relocate to Miami as well, correct?
Yes.
And that although you would live separate lives, you could raise your children together, correct?
Yes.
Because there were more opportunities for him, Danny, to practice his Jewish faith in Miami than there is in Tallahassee, correct?
Correct.
They have kosher food in Miami,
Yes.
lots of it.
Yes.
They don't have that in Tallahassee.
No.
And the $1 million offer was not to bribe him in what sounds like an illegal sense. It was an incentive for him to relocate himself to Miami, correct?
Yes. That was my understanding. Yes.
You lived there with him before,
Yes.
and he liked living there.
Yes. He
In
liked
fact-
it very much.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to talk over you.
No, that's okay. I was just saying he liked it very much.
In fact, he tried to get a professorship at the University of Miami School of Law.
He did.
And if he had gotten that, the plan between you and he was to stay in Miami, correct?
We would have. Yes.
But he didn't get it, and so he had already been employed by FSU College of Law, right?
Yes.
And so you moved up here and finished law school, and you all remained in this area.
Yes.
So the $1 million would offset, as the state has mentioned, travel expenses if he moved there, correct?
Right.
He only taught 2 days a week, right?
Yes.
And so that would have given him the opportunity to live in Miami, but for the 2 days a week he needed to be in Tallahassee, he could take plane trips, right?
Yes.
And be here.
Yes.
And if you all had done that, he still could have enjoyed 50% parenting time with his children, right?
That would have been the same. Yes.
It wasn't to take him away from the kids.
No.
We're going to talk about relocation more than once, but I just want to make sure I understand how that all came about, okay? So it was, you left the marital home in August or September of 2012?
I think it was September.
Okay, so you separated officially in 2012.
Yes.
By the time he was murdered, almost 2 years had passed.
Yes.
Okay. Do I understand it correctly that somewhere around October or November of 2012, that you interviewed for a job at a law firm in Miami?
I did.
And that was the Grossman firm?
I think it's Grossman and Roth.
Okay. And somewhere around December of 2012, they made you an offer.
They did.
And I don't need to know numbers, but was it substantially more than you were making in Tallahassee?
It was, and it was just more secure.
More secure, okay? Not more money?
No, it was more money, but it just, more than anything, it was secure money as opposed to grant money that could be taken away.
Okay, so you were a professor also at the law school here in Tallahassee,
I was.
FSU.
Yes.
You were not tenured.
No, I was a clinical professor.
Okay, so being tenured means you have more stability in your job.
Yes, you
It's
have more job security.
Job security, okay. And so you got that offer in December, and sometime in January, you told Danny that you had a good job offer, correct?
Yes, I asked to meet with him, and we went to get coffee and talk about it.
Okay, and in part of that discussion, you asked him if he would consider all of you, not together, but all of you
Yes.
relocating to Miami, correct?
I did.
And he was going to consider that,
He
correct?
said he was considering it. He wasn't opposed to it.
Okay. You thought it would be good for all of you, correct?
I thought it could be.
Including the boys.
Yes.
Okay. He decided he didn't want to do it, right?
He changed his mind.
But you didn't change your mind, right?
No, I kept going with it.
So you filed a motion for temporary relocation, and you also amended your petition for dissolution to add relocation, correct?
I did.
Okay. At the time that you filed it, did you think you had a good shot at it?
I thought I had a shot. I didn't really know. It would depend on the judge.
Okay. And we'll go back to it later, but I guess on June the 18th of 2013, which would be right before your divorce was finalized, right? You had a hearing on your motion for relocation.
Yes,
And the state has already presented in its exhibits a copy of the order, and relocation was denied, correct?
it was.
Okay. And after relocation was denied, you and Danny were able to work out some kind of temporary schedule for the summer?
We were.
Okay. And then you proceeded forward, and there's been discussion, there was a mediation that did not resolve your divorce, but within a few days thereafter, you did come to an agreement with Danny, correct?
We did.
You agreed to all of the issues in the dissolution of marriage, right?
Yes.
Including how you were going to share time with him.
Yes.
Was it ever your intention in the dissolution proceedings, from the time that you moved out of your marital home, that you would actually take the children's custody completely away from Danny so that he couldn't see them?
No,
Did you always want them to be a big part of his life?
of course.
He loved them and they loved him.
Yes.
Yes. That's fine. The bailiff will take you all to your room.
They can come up here to use it if they need
Everyone can be seated. Ms. Fulford, you may continue with your cross-examination.
Thank you. I have just a bunch of oddball questions at this point. You recall getting emails from your mother
Yes.
and your father,
Well, yes, from both,
And-
from the
and-
same email.
and I think you had a necklace at some point during that time period that said, never, never, never give up.
I did.
And your parents would sometimes put that in the emails back to you, correct?
Yes.
I need to know if you recall this. Your parents, you had mentioned when they went out of the country, you used the WhatsApp to communicate with them because it was free of charge.
Yes.
And you could call them free of
Yeah.
charge?
Yes.
And you could message with them free of charge?
Both. Yes.
Okay. And when your parents would go out of town, do you recall that they had a routine where your mother would take her phone, but your father would not get the plan to travel with? Do you recall that?
That sounds right.
Okay. And wasn't that because if you called the Adelson Institute and you got the answering machine, it was an old-fashioned answering machine, right?
Yes.
And what it gave out if you reached the answering machine was your father's cell phone number.
Yes.
So he didn't want to
Yes.
be contacted when he was out of town, and that's what people would get, right?
Yes.
The birthday party that's been mentioned for your dad, it was his 70th birthday,
It was.
and although I don't think it ended up being a surprise, your mom was trying to plan a party for him where he knew his children and grandchildren would be there, but she was trying to surprise him with the friends.
That's right.
Okay. And you might have helped her with some of those preparations.
I think so.
And she planned it for several months, right?
Yes.
And I think one of the things that you got involved with was a caterer that was going to be used to cook paella, I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, at
It's-
the party?
It's pronounced paella. I remember on the night of, I speak Spanish, so I spoke with him in Spanish because I don't think he spoke much English.
And Mommy, your mother didn't speak Spanish, right?
No.
Okay. You weren't actually making the order and buying it, correct?
No, I didn't pay for anything.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm sorry, it's still Adelson, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Adelson, I'm going to approach and show you what's been marked, just for identification purposes, as Defense 49J, and ask you to look at that and tell me if you've ever seen that before.
I have seen this before.
Okay, and that's an email that your father sent to you regarding the appointment that he had made for the TV to be repaired, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And on the front page, you can see where he's forwarding it to you, and it says, "Love, Dad," right?
Yes.
And then he tells you when the appointment's going to be, Friday the 18th between 8 and 12, right?
Yes.
And then when you flip, well, now stay on the first page. Do you see down almost 2/3 of the way down where it has the order information and the order creation date?
Yes.
And that date was what?
The order creation date is July 11th, 2014.
Okay. And on the next page, where the problem description is, it says that Harvey called in, stated that the 55-inch TV had some problems, right?
Yes.
Go to the next page. It repeats about the complaint that your father had about what was wrong with the TV, right?
Yes.
If you scroll down, there are some questions under date submitted, right?
Yes.
Whether the TV is wall mounted,
Yes.
what the size of the TV is.
Yes.
If it's mounted over 6 feet high.
Yes.
If the height of the ceiling.
Yes.
Is it eligible for a loaner?
Yes.
Was it installed by the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Is the product that we're going to service in a place of business?
So I'm saying yes that I see these questions, but the answer to that question is no.
Right.
Okay.
Correct. That's what I was going to point out. So your
Okay.
dad said no to that one, correct?
Right.
Is the product that we are going to service in a place of business, and your dad answered no, correct?
He answered no.
And the next one says what?
Would you be willing to accept a sooner appointment if one became available? And the answer to that one is yes.
Thank you. May I approach? Ms. Adelson, you testified on direct when asked some questions about the name change of your children. You recall those questions?
Yes.
Okay, and I think your testimony was that you officially changed your children's last names a year and a half? What did you say?
I legally changed them a year after Danny's death.
Okay. But after he passed away and you went to Miami, it was time for your oldest child to be enrolled in kindergarten, right?
Yes.
And so what were the ages of the children when Danny was murdered?
They were almost 5 and 3.5.
Okay. And so the 5-year-old was going into kindergarten?
Yes.
And where was the other child going to be? Was he being put in a preschool program?
It was a preschool program.
Okay, and so you went and registered them at the school, correct?
Yes.
And the official registration said Markel for the children's last names, correct?
I believe so.
But because you were going to socially refer to them as Adelson, that's what you asked the school to do as well, right?
Yes.
And so when you went into orientation for the oldest child, I'm trying not to say the name, when you went into orientation for the oldest child for kindergarten, and they had his little nameplate there where he was going to sit at his desk, it said last name Adelson, right?
I honestly don't remember him having a last name on. I remember his first name being there, but I don't remember. I thought they put the first names for the kindergartners.
But you asked the school to refer to him by the last name Adelson.
I did. I
Okay.
did.
And so there was an exhibit that was shown to you where your mother had registered him for an after-school flag football, right?
Right.
And so because the school's knowing his name, that he's being referred to as Adelson, that's why she did that, correct?
Correct.
And the youngest one, where was he gonna go? Or where did he go?
He was at a preschool, a private preschool, because he was too young to go to the preschool at the public elementary school.
Okay, and whether it was your mother or your father who wrote the email about signing up and grandpa's coming with him to, I'm sorry, I'm not Jewish, I didn't understand what that was.
It's okay. Tot Shabbat would have been, you know, like a Sabbath
Okay.
activity where the grandparents would come and sing songs and
Okay,
something like that.
and so the younger one's also being known as last name Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. Because socially, that's what you wanted them to go forward with.
I thought it would make them safer.
Okay. There was some questions of you on direct about potentially purchasing a home after the divorce was final in 2013. You recall those questions?
I do.
And it was suggested that Charlie convinced you not to do that, right?
That was what was suggested.
But in fact, the reason I think you stated was because you hadn't gotten your settlement yet from Mr. Markel.
Right. I didn't have the money to purchase a home.
And so even though you had been interested in it, you had to notify your realtor that,
It wasn't possible at that time.
okay. And in the emails that the state introduced and discussed with you, where your mother is making lots of suggestions, mostly after relocation was denied, of things that you could do, like tell Danny you're going to raise them as Catholics, you're going to have them baptized as Catholics, all of those suggestions she was making, correct?
Yes.
She wasn't actually suggesting you do it. She was wanting you to use that as a means of negotiating with Danny, right?
That's my understanding.
That if he thought maybe you were going to do these things, he would reconsider the issue of relocation, correct?
Correct.
Testified that your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed. Do you remember saying that?
I believe I said that.
But the week before he died, your mother was babysitting for Danny, wasn't she?
Yes.
And nothing but pleasantries between the two of them.
That's right.
And
I
in
mean,
fact, she actually made him banana bread specifically the way he liked it, right?
it was his favorite.
Without nuts, but with chocolate chips.
That's right.
But you think she hated him,
I think she was mad at him.
mad at him. There's a difference between being mad at someone and hating them, isn't there?
There is.
I think you testified that suggested it, that you would have never left Danny if not for your mom and maybe brother's suggestions. Did you say that?
I don't think that was exactly right. I think it was, I probably wouldn't have left. Kind of suggesting that maybe I would have wanted to, but wouldn't have had the strength or wherewithal to leave on my own.
Okay, isn't it true that each year, maybe not every year, but many years, yourself and Danny would, when you finished the school session here at FSU College of Law, you would go down to Coral Springs or Miami, whichever they were at, and you would spend almost 2 weeks with your parents, right?
Yes.
And that would be yourself and Danny when it was just you, right?
Yes.
And then after you had the children, all of you went down there, correct?
Yes.
Well, in fact, what really happened was in the summer of 2012, when you decided that you were going to leave Danny, Danny was down there with you, correct?
Yes.
And the children were there too?
Yes.
And they were young. How old were they?
In 2012, they would have been 2 and 3.
Okay. And Danny was there, and you actually asked your mom if she'd go out to coffee with you. You remember that?
I don't remember that.
And you told her then that you were going to leave Danny and get a divorce, didn't you?
That sounds right, but I don't remember that.
Okay. And in fact, she suggested counseling to you, and you told her you guys had already been in counseling and it didn't work. Isn't that right?
We had been in counseling and it hadn't worked, but again, this sounds like something that could have happened, but I just don't remember the coffee.
Okay. There was also questions of you, several questions about your interview with law enforcement the day that Danny was shot. You recall those questions from the state?
I do recall the questions.
And they were pointing out things that you had said about your family, your parents, Charlie. You remember those questions?
I do.
Isn't it true that when you were interviewed by law enforcement, what you said initially was that Danny's parents were going to think that you're the one who did it, right?
I did say that.
I wanted to talk about the relocation a little bit. So you have a relocation hearing on June the 18th. Does that sound right?
2013?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. And leading up to that hearing, you notified your mother by email that because she was going to be testifying in court, she would need to wait outside that hearing, correct?
I don't remember that, but that if she was supposed to be a witness, then she couldn't be present for the hearing.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you, oh my goodness, I can't read that. I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 49B. If you could just read that for me, please, to yourself.
Do you want me to read to the end?
No, ma'am, I'm just
Oh.
looking for where you told your mother, get you to agree that you said to her, because you are testifying in court, Mom, you won't be able to sit in on the hearing with me. Is that what
Yes.
you said?
Yes,
Okay.
but I can have Dad there.
Okay.
Yeah.
Come and get it from you.
Okay.
Sometime in April of 2013, so that would be not long before your divorce was final, you took a trip. I don't know if you were speaking there or someone else was, but you took a trip out of town with a gentleman named Miguel. You recall that?
I don't recall the trip, but I was seeing Miguel at the time.
You do recall the trip?
Well, I was seeing Miguel at the time, but I don't know what the trip was in April of 2013. I don't remember that. Can you tell me where we went?
Yes, ma'am, I'm going to get that. for
Okay.
you. Puerto Rico, does that sound familiar?
It was a clinical law professor conference. There's one every year, and that year it was in Puerto Rico.
Okay, and did you speak at that, or you were there to get credit hours or something of that
No,
nature?
I spoke.
May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to now show you what's been marked for identification purposes as Defendant's Exhibit 1E. And it's dated April the 28th of 2013 and addressed Dear Renee. You don't need to read it all, but would you familiarize yourself with your communication there, please?
Okay, I've read a little bit. Do you want me to?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'll point out any sections that I wanted to discuss with you. Would you agree that you wrote this on April the 28th of 2013?
Yes, it looks like I dated it.
Okay, and that's to Renee.
Yes,
And you're coming back from your trip to Puerto Rico.
yes,
And while you were on this trip, your parents were taking care of the boys, correct?
yes.
Okay. And on the first page, down towards the bottom, you have some bullet points about what you would like to do to resolve your divorce, correct?
Well, I think it was not just about my divorce. It was kind of about how I wanted to be living my life overall.
Yeah, I was trying not to get into the personal information, but that's right. This entire email is really about changes you want to make in your life, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And the last bullet point down at the bottom, it says, I've been coming to a place in the last few months where I have realized that I want to keep my job. It allows me the maximum amount of flexibility to spend with my kids while allowing the freedom for intellectual exploration, one-on-one mentoring with students, and meaningful work in the community. I don't care that Gibbers told my colleagues that I stole from him and that I am mentally ill. Nasty things are said in divorce, and people know that, right?
yes,
Tallahassee isn't ever where I wanted to live, but it's where the job is. And it's where my boy's father is, which means they don't have to constantly be flying on planes or driving in cars to accomplish our custody situation, right?
yes,
So you have the pending petition and motion for relocation, but as of April the 28th, you're starting to think maybe staying in Tallahassee is the right thing to do, correct?
yes,
And then this goes on, third page is, now you're writing on May the 2nd of 2013, correct?
yes,
A little different subject, but if you go to the next to the last page of that exhibit, see where it starts, wait, it's me again?
Yes.
Okay. The paragraph after that, I wanted to ask you about this. It says, on Sunday morning, we're supposed to sit on the same stage. You're referring to Mr. Markel, correct?
Yes.
In full regalia and clap for the graduating law students. I love graduation, and the Gibbs has never attended because it's normally on a Saturday morning and he is at synagogue. Correct?
Yes.
And then you say it's on Sunday this year and I have the boys and the dean wants all faculty to attend, so I need to. It's only 2 hours and my mom can watch the boys during that time. Correct?
Yes.
So it was fairly routine then for you to get your mother or both parents' assistance when you had somewhere that you needed to be and someone needed to take care of the children, correct?
Yes.
Sorry, Judge, I have so many papers up here, I'm confused. May I approach? I'm gonna exchange with you, Ms. Adelson. I'll take that one back and then show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1G for identification purposes. Could you review that to yourself, please?
Okay.
I'm not sure if this was to Renee or not. Yeah, you mentioned Renee. So this is on June the 4th of 2013, correct?
Yes.
And we're approaching the hearing date on the relocation motion, which is set for June the 18th, right?
Yes.
And in here, you're expressing some concerns over what you've been through in the divorce. But you said, and I think the state referred to this, that Mr. Markel had sent you a long message about how you could be doing all of the divorce stuff so differently in the spirit of love and joy, where we get together and talk about our vision for the boys and for our future. And I won't say what you said after that, but at this point, you're kind of agreeing with him. You want to do it peacefully, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you talk about the one alternative is you could call Gary. Now, Gary is the gentleman who was kind of offering you a position in Miami, right?
Gary was a partner at the law firm where a position was offered to me.
Okay, and your plan was to have him come and testify at the relocation hearing about the job that he would be giving you if you relocated there, correct?
Yes.
And you had other people who were going to testify there as well on your behalf, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you say one alternative is you call Gary and say, I've changed my mind. I don't think it's best for my kids to move them to South Florida. I appreciate you saving the job for me, but I'm not going to come to South Florida, correct?
Yes.
And then you say, you call your brother and say, I love you, Charlie, but I'm going to stay in Tallahassee. I know you don't agree with my decision, but that's what's best for me and the kids right now. I hope one day you'll understand. That was something else you were considering, correct?
Right.
And then call your parents and say basically the same thing. And if they wanted to come up anytime and visit you and the boys in Tallahassee, they were free to do so, right?
Yes.
But that's like they've always been doing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So you think if you take relocation off the table, that it will give you an opportunity to discuss things with Mr. Markel and hopefully work them out, right?
Yes.
On the next page, you talk about what the alternative vision is, and that's what you currently have planned, which is to have Gary fly up to testify at the hearing, right?
Yes.
Your mom would testify, right?
Yes.
They would fly up and spend days with you, correct?
Yes.
You expected at that time the hearing would last 1 to 2 days, right?
Yes.
And you were concerned that you would go through all of that, spending more money, being more stressed. And then you say, for the chance to save face with my family and to be given an opportunity I don't actually want, to live with them in South Florida. That's what you said, right?
Well, I say an opportunity I don't actually want with all of my heart, but maybe part of it,
Okay.
to live with them in South Florida.
All right. And then you say, so I am willing to put myself through all of this just to keep up appearances with my parents and brother that I want to be living down in South Florida or down south with them, even though I don't want to. That's what you said, right?
I say, even though I don't want to give up my current flexible job where I get to spend maximum time with my kids so I can be with them.
Okay. And that was June the 4th of 2013, right?
Yes.
And what you end up choosing was the second alternative, correct?
I went through with the hearing.
Okay. And I think, let me find it. May I approach, Your Honor? I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 60. Let's see if I can figure out their lettering system. That would be Y. I'm going to take this and let you take this book.
Okay.
And if you would review that pleading, or this order that the court entered, please.
Okay.
Have you had an opportunity to review that?
Yes.
So you went into this hearing and Gary ended up coming, correct?
He did.
And he testified, right?
Yes.
And you gave some testimony, correct?
Yes.
And what happened was the judge kind of called a timeout, right?
I don't remember a timeout.
At some point, she wanted to speak to counsel, is that right?
I'm sorry, I don't remember that part of her speaking to counsel. In
Do you remember the judge making some comments about the children hadn't been harmed and since he hadn't pulled out their toenails?
I do remember the toenail comment, yes.
So she wasn't leaning towards relocation, correct?
No.
Okay, so even though you had other witnesses, you didn't proceed with the hearing, right?
Well, I think we had the hearing and the judge decided.
You didn't call all your witnesses, did you?
I don't remember.
If you look at the order, it says order on wife's petition to relocate with the minor children. And then it says what the court orders and adjudges. The court does not find that the wife has met her burden of proof that a relocation is in the best interest of the minor children. You see that?
Yes, number one.
Yes, and your mother actually stayed outside for the testimony of that hearing with your dad, correct?
I don't remember, but I remember asking her to stay outside if she was going to testify.
Okay. And you came outside at some point and told your parents that relocation was denied, correct?
Correct.
and it's after this hearing, when relocation is denied, that those truly ugly emails that your mother wrote were written by her, correct?
Yes.
May I approach? Actually, if you'd keep that for a second.
Okay.
Once the final judgment was entered, the issue of relocation was over, right?
Yes.
Relocation from July 31st of 2013 until the time that Mr. Markel was murdered was never an issue again, was it?
It was never an issue from the day it was decided on July 31st, 2013. That's when it ended.
Certainly after the final judgment, correct?
Yes.
And that's the end of the discussion about relocation, right?
Yes.
No more plans about how to get relocation. The issue's decided, correct?
It was decided.
Ms. Adelson, if you look at that order that's entered by the court, besides saying it's denied, it says something pretty important, and I think the state pointed this out in its opening. It says that this denial is with prejudice
Yes, ma'am.
of the wife's petition for request to relocate with the minor children. And you're a lawyer, so you know that with prejudice means this is done. This topic in this divorce is over.
Yes, with prejudice means it's a final decision of the court.
But what it says right before that is, as such, the parties stipulate to the denial with prejudice of the wife's petition. You see that?
Yes, I do.
So what happened is as after the judge says, if their toenails haven't been pulled out, I'm not thinking relocation, you actually stipulated to denial with prejudice, right?
Yes.
You did not tell your parents that you stipulated to denial with prejudice, did you?
I don't remember any conversation there, really.
So, not knowing that it was denied with prejudice, your mother thought you still had an opportunity to get it up through your final hearing, right?
I believe so.
And so she kept writing these ugly things and giving you all of these ugly suggestions, right?
She did write those emails.
If you had told her you stipulated with prejudice, that's probably not what you wanted, Mom, but that would have been the end of it, right?
I don't know. I would just be guessing.
May I approach? Well, if you'd just be guessing, after she thought it was finally over on July the 31st, there were no more emails suggesting you do things like she suggested between the hearing date on June the 20th and the final hearing on July the 31st, did she?
Can you help me? What is the question?
So sure. So your mother doesn't know when you get out of the hearing on June the 20th that you've stipulated that this is a forever decision. So she writes these ugly emails, right?
She may not have understood that it was a final decision of the court.
It was a decision of the court because you stipulated to it, Ms. Adelson, didn't you?
I did stipulate to
And
it.
she didn't know it. She thought you had up until the final hearing. So she's marching along trying to come up with more suggestions of how you can pressure Danny and get him to agree for you to relocate, even though you know it's dead, right?
I knew that it was a final decision.
And after July the 31st, when she thought it was a final decision, she wrote no more emails suggesting you do these crazy things to still try and get relocation, did she?
I don't remember the dates of the email, but
And you
I'm guessing
testified
no.
when you got up, when the state was asking you questions, after you said your mother hated Danny at the time that he was killed, which you've clarified now that she was mad at him, not that she hated him. You testified you hated him at the time he was killed, right?
I don't remember testifying to that.
Well, then we'll need to take a break, Judge. May
Do you have
we
any
approach?
Questions for the witness?
I do. May we approach?
Please approach. Everyone can be seated. I believe the defense is talking to their client, but then we'll go into recess in just a moment. Yeah. I mean, I have in my notes some references too, but yeah. Mr. Zelman, Ms. Fulford, as to this issue, are you seeking for the court reporter to review something, or do you wish for me to instruct the jurors to rely on their memories?
I think we have an alternative resolution, if we may just have one more minute, please.
Go ahead. We're going to take a 10-minute break at 3:40. We will resume after the jurors have used the restroom and everyone is ready. Mrs. Adelson, if you need to use the restroom, this is your opportunity as well. You can be seated. You can come back to the witness stand. Are the jurors ready at this point? Yes, you can be seated. They're still over there, but you can bring them in.
All right, you're entering the courtroom.
You may be seated. You may continue with your cross-examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, isn't it true that before getting married to Mr. Markel in, was it 2006?
2006, we got married.
Isn't it true that you've stated that you knew on your fancy wedding day, when you were all dolled up and feeling like you were an actor in someone else's show, you knew it on your honeymoon when you were enjoying the vacation but not thrilled to be there with him, you said, "I'm not sure I liked him, let alone loved him." but I was eager to start a life with someone and he wanted to do it with me. You recall saying that?
I don't recall saying that, no.
I have placed in front of you what's been previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit 1B for identification purposes. It's towards the bottom of page 3.
I see that I said that in 2013.
Ms. Adelson, you would agree that when Danny Markel was murdered on June the 18th of 2014, your little boys lost their father for the rest of their life?
On the day that he was murdered was July 18th, and yes, my boys lost their father.
They're growing up as 11 years have passed without his influence in their life in any way. Isn't that correct?
I wouldn't say without his influence in any way, but yes, they've grown up without their father.
He's not here to give them advice.
He is not.
He can't come to any of their functions, sports, anything else.
Correct.
They're not eating kosher like they would have with their father.
They are not.
They don't have him at all.
They don't have him in their lives day to day, no.
Because on July the 18th of 2014, he was brutally murdered in his driveway. Isn't that true?
That is true.
And you testified on direct that anybody in your family that had anything to do with it should be held responsible. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And that includes you, doesn't it?
Anyone who's responsible.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Say it again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Between 2012 and 2014, how many times did you come to visit your family in South Florida?
2012 and 2014. My daughter was born in October of 2012, and so I think my dad's birthday there was a Thanksgiving, I think, in 2013. So I mean, pretty much Thanksgivings were the times when we would travel, having a 1-year-old and a 3-year-old. So
Sure. Okay, so Thanksgiving of 2013 and then your dad's birthday in 2014.
yeah, there could have been one other one, but I remember those two for certain that I could swear to.
Okay, and when you came for his birthday was on the 5th. You came in on the 4th, the party was on the 5th, and you left on the 6th, correct?
That's my memory of it.
And Thanksgiving, kind of the same thing? I mean, you got a
Yeah.
job you got to get back to, right?
Yeah, yep.
Okay. And how frequent were the phone calls that you were having with your family?
Probably less than once a week, maybe every other week, something like that.
And when I say family, I think I'm referring to Donna.
Sure, sure.
Okay. Now, you were here on the 5th for your dad's birthday. You said you went home on the 6th.
Yep,
And Danny Markel was brutally murdered on July the 18th of 2014. That was in the summer.
correct,
Recall that?
yes.
And when did you arrive in Florida to be with your family?
I didn't,
Okay, thank you. You had mentioned in your direct testimony that your mom called and said you shouldn't talk to the police. You recall that?
yeah, I do, yes,
What actually happened was a family friend, Michael Weinstein, you know him, correct?
I do, yeah.
Your mom indicated that he had called and advised that as a family friend and an attorney, that you all should not talk to the police. That's what she told you, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination. Cross-examination.
Yes, Your Honor, just a moment. Morning.
Good morning.
And it's Dr. Lacasse, correct?
Jeff is fine. Mr. Lacasse is fine.
You testified that it was your understanding that my client, Donna Adelson, was aware of the motion that the state has called the grandmother motion.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know how she took that?
It was I'm hearing this stuff from Wendi.
Okay.
Um,
Well, do you know how she took it?
I mean, I wasn't there to observe her reaction. The whole family was upset about every one of these motions, was my impression, information coming from Wendi.
Okay. And so the only person that you spoke with about how the family took things was from Wendi?
Putting Charlie's,
Aside from Charlie in the hospital,
aside from Charlie in the hot tub, it was all through Wendi. That's correct, sir.
isn't it true that you found Wendi, let me find the exact quote. Didn't you find Wendi to be a deeply deceitful person?
Yes, depending on the topic. I mean, that's true. But a lot of the stuff she told me about her family was later released in evidence. I'm talking about the kids getting.
Your Honor, I'd move to strike that response.
Stay. Mr. Lacoste, you are only to respond to the question that you are asked. Members of the jury, the portions of the answer that were non-responsive you were not to consider. You may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. You yourself do not have any personal knowledge as to how my client, Donna Adelson, took the grandmother motion, do you?
No.
Isn't it true that you only had limited small talk with my client, Donna Adelson?
That's correct.
Now let's talk about the damage to the television that you observed in June of 2014. Can you tell us again how you described that?
Yeah, there was a spider web pattern, like in the center of the screen, and it radiates outwards. Anywhere it's been cracked, it will pixelate. So you can see what's going on, you can track it, but it's not pleasant, and you would never watch that TV. And we watched a whole movie on that TV at Wendy's insistence, which was why I remember this. It was a very strange evening.
Didn't you suggest going to watch the movie on another TV?
Yes, I did. There was a perfectly good TV in the other room. That's correct.
And she made a fuss.
I tried to respect Wendy's boundaries, her house, her kids, so she didn't have to make a fuss. It's an awkward situation dating someone who has, 2 kids, so I'm not insisting on anything. But the kids were whining about the broken TV. That is correct, sir.
Made it difficult to even really watch or enjoy the movie.
That's right.
Could you tell us about how big that impact was?
Fist-sized.
Adult or child?
I don't remember with that precision.
Okay. You testified, let's see, about a statement that Wendi Adelson said to you on July 13th of 2014, that she wanted to say to you in confidence.
Yes.
And it was that her brother looked into hiring a hitman.
Her brother, Charlie.
Her brother Charlie.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
No, Your Honor.
You may step down, Mr. Lacasse.
Morning, ma'am.
Morning.
My name's Jackie Fulford, and I, along with Josh Zelman, we represent Donna Adelson. I've never met you before, correct?
No, never.
Okay. I just really have a few questions. There's been some discussion in your direct examination about what you might have told law enforcement during an initial interview, correct?
Correct.
And you were told that that was not being recorded, correct?
Yes.
And that whatever you said wasn't going to be used, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave a lengthy interview then that day.
Yes.
And at the time that you did that, you were broken up with Charlie, correct?
We were going through a horrible breakup at that time, yes.
Okay. You've previously said that Charlie's really good at persuading people. He lies and he makes it believable. You recall that?
I do.
I want to talk about the cash for a minute. He had a lot of cash, right?
From what I saw, I don't really know his bank account, but
I'm just talking about the cash that you saw.
yes.
Okay. And you've testified, there seems to be some confusion about whether you knew that before you saw it come out, that it was stapled, because I thought you previously had said that when you saw in the article that Luis Rivera referred to being paid in stapled cash, that a light went off in your head because you had previously seen Charlie had stapled cash, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and he had it stacked in $100 bills, in groups of 1,000. He'd put 10 together and he stapled them, right?
Right. I didn't see him staple them, but
you
they
saw
were
that it was-
stapled
you s-
already.
You saw that it was stapled, correct?
Yes,
And he had a safe in his room that he kept money in,
he did.
and it was a very large safe, correct?
He had guns in there too, so it was large.
I think at one point you told law enforcement that it was about the size of a refrigerator, right?
Right.
Okay. So you did an initial interview, you've been deposed, you testified in Katherine Magbanua's trial and in Charlie's trial, right?
Right. This is my 4th trial.
Okay. So I have the transcripts from each of those. And you testified on direct that you didn't think the Adelsons, referring to all of them, you didn't think they were curious about who had killed Danny and what had happened. You recall telling law enforcement that?
Right. At that time, it seemed that way.
Okay. And didn't you later say that you were really just speculating about that?
Yes.
When you testified, let's see, when you testified in Katie Magbanua's second trial, referring to this statement about attributing to Donna that she said those words about Danny coming back from the grave and haunting her, in Katie's second trial, you actually kind of came off of that, didn't you?
Wait, I'm sorry. Can you say it again?
Yeah, sure. When you
Lost train of
testified,
thought.
so you originally made that statement to law enforcement. You used those words.
Yes.
He came back from the grave, haunting her, something to that effect.
Right.
Okay. But when you testified in Katie's trial, didn't you say that those weren't the exact words that she said? She was just very upset, and to you it came out like that. Didn't you testify to that?
What's the page and line, please?
Let's see, it would be page 1196. Well, it starts at line 3, the questioning, but the answer is lines 14 through 16. I don't know, like, if they were those exact words, I think she was just so, like, stressed out and upset that that's how it came out. That's what you testified to, correct?
If it says it there, I don't remember Katie's trial because it's been a while, but if it says it there, then that's what I said.
And you were testifying under oath then, correct? Every single time that you've given these, I'm sorry. You were under oath, correct?
I'm sorry?
Please answer out loud all questions, just don't nod your head.
Oh, okay.
Because the court reporter can't put down that you're nodding your head.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the answer was yes, you were under oath.
Yes, I think if it says that, then yes.
Well, you took an oath here today before you started testifying, correct?
Yes.
And the other trials, you did the same thing. You swore to tell the truth, right?
Right.
Can I have just one more moment, Judge?
Any redirect examination?
No, Your Honor.
Is the witness released?
Yes.
You may step down at this point.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
Please call your next witness.
State calls Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Morning, sir.
Morning.
I've never met you, but we spoke on the phone once, and then you did a deposition. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
The deposition was recently, I think August the 14th. You recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you appeared by video,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Okay. When you gave your deposition, you indicated that you barely know Donna Adelson, correct?
I didn't know her like I knew Charlie, no, ma'am.
And you've been around her many times,
Yes, ma'am.
and she was always nice to you.
Very nice.
She and Harvey were pleasant to be around.
Very pleasant.
You knew Charlie very well, as you've testified,
Yes, ma'am.
and you were friends,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
But that ended, didn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And it was an ugly ending.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You said you were very good friends with Charlie. Were you familiar with the cash that he kept in his house?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he keep it stapled?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, $100 bills, 10 of them, so 1,000 at a time?
Yes, ma'am.
He had a safe in his house, and that's where he kept his money, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of had some issues. I think my co-counsel was asking you some questions in your deposition, but the bottom line is you have a feeling, and that you say that it's known that the Adelsons didn't like Dan Markel, but you couldn't give us a specific comment in your deposition that Donna Adelson ever made. It's just well known, correct?
It was implied, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. No further questions. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Quite a bit of testimony. I only have a few questions, okay?
Okay.
What credit card account statements did you review in your analysis for Donna and or Harvey Adelson?
I believe there was only two, an American Express and a Capital One, two different credit cards.
An Amex and Capital One?
Yes, ma'am.
The car that you were referring to that had previously been in Harvey Adelson's name, that shows that Katherine Magbanua paid $1,700 for, you didn't find bank account transactions for that, but that could have been a cash transaction, correct?
That's correct.
And it was a 15-year-old car, right?
Yes.
And it had over 150,000 miles on it, right?
I'd have to look, but I think you're right.
Would you like to look?
If you want me to be exact.
I just want to make sure I can't testify, so I need to make sure that you do.
Sure, hold on a second. says, odometer was 17,058 miles.
Ma'am, I think that's the original, last time it had been checked. The mileage at the time of the transfer would be down lower on the bottom.
Oh my, I can't hardly see it from this one. It's either 140,000 or 160,000.
Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the slide where Charlie Adelson was talking about cash discounts for his travel periodontist work that he was doing for different dentists, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware from your analysis that the cash discount that was offered at Adelson Institute was simply the same amount as what they would be charged if someone used a credit card for the fee, a 5%? So the difference in the discount was if you paid by cash or check, so there wasn't a credit card fee, they gave them a 5% reduction.
There was no explanation in the text messages to say why there was a discount for cash.
Okay. And you can't say what their deposits were in cash at Adelson Institute, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you mentioned that sometime in 2016, Harvey for Adelson Institute, the business that we're discussing, became a manager in 2016, correct?
I believe you are correct, but I'll look at the date. Harvey becomes manager in July of 2016.
Okay, and you would agree with me that there's a difference between being a manager and being an owner, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until 2020 that Harvey actually became the owner of the business again, according to the records that you reviewed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Just one moment, please.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
I want to direct your attention back to time frame of 2013, 2014. Did the office have an old style answering machine?
Yes.
Okay, so it'd play a recording if somebody didn't pick up.
Yes.
Okay, and you had to go to the machine and play the messages at the machine.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in your 40 years of knowing my client, Mrs. Adelson, did she ever speak badly about Dan Markel?
No.
Isn't it true that you would call the Adelson family, Donna and Harvey, a hardworking family?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
believe when you started your testimony on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about previously lying under
Yes, ma'am.
oath. Do you recall that?
Yes, ma'am.
And from the first trial with Sigfredo Garcia to a trial with just you, you gave proffers to law enforcement, correct?
Not between those times, but
After that, before Charlie's?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. So after you testified in your trial where you've admitted that you lied, you were minimizing what was going on, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Then you started meeting with law enforcement in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And gave them a little more information each time, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Each time you became, now what you're saying, a little more truthful?
I'm finally coming out with the truth. Yes, ma'am.
You had testified on direct that you got to Charlie's house and he had indicated that his parents had just left.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that he was nervous and upset, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you all both took Xanax,
Well, he gave it to me. Yes, ma'am.
but you said you took one, right?
Of course. Yes, ma'am.
And he took one, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you two went to bed together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what you're telling the jury is you met Charlie Adelson and started a dating relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You weren't exclusive at that time, were you?
No, ma'am.
Charlie dated a lot of women, didn't he?
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point he tells you that he wants something to happen to someone, right? He wants someone to be harmed.
Yes, ma'am.
And he asks you if you know anybody that could take care of that for him, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so then you contact Sigfredo Garcia, who's the father of your children, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and he are having a rocky relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you engage Sigfredo Garcia to be the one who causes whatever harm it's going to be to Danny Markel, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And after you do that, you know who Luis Rivera is, right?
Do I know? Yes, I know.
At that time, you knew who he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But is it your testimony you did not know that he was going to be involved with this as well?
Yes, I did not know that he was going to be with him. Let alone, I didn't know that Sigfredo was even going to be the one.
Oh, I'm sorry, you hired someone other than Sigfredo to do it?
No, I didn't know that I just gave him, I told him that somebody, needed to be harmed. I didn't know that he was going to be the one.
Okay.
to
And
do so.
how much money did you tell him he could make?
I didn't tell him an amount.
So you testified before that you knew Sigfredo needed some money and you could certainly use some money, so that's why you agreed to do this.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you were going to agree to have somebody killed and you didn't even know how much you were going to get paid?
No, I did not know.
Okay, so now we know Sigfredo and Luis Rivera came to Tallahassee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it's Charlie's asked you, you've asked Sigfredo, unbeknownst to you apparently, he has asked Luis Rivera to go.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we know that Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia traveled to Tallahassee on more than one occasion, but ultimately they follow and track down Danny Markel, and when he pulls into his garage, Sigfredo Garcia gets out and shoots him in the head and kills him, right?
From what it shows in my trial, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then they come back to South Florida, Sigfredo and Luis Rivera, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you go to Charlie's house, you pass out with the Xanax, you get up the next morning, and he says there's money in the trunk.
Yes, ma'am.
At that point, you're claiming you didn't know how much money it was.
Yeah, I did not know how
And
much.
as of then, you still hadn't discussed any dollar value for having someone killed.
No, ma'am. That was probably on the paper that I had handed to Sigfredo, the one that he got out of my diaper bag.
Okay, I don't want you to speculate because you don't know, do you?
No, I never opened the envelope.
But your testimony is you arranged a homicide and didn't even know what the pay was going to be.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the next morning, Charlie says the money's in your trunk and you get up and leave, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go to Sigfredo, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he knows you're going to be bringing him money, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he hops in your car and you tell him you got the money.
Yes, ma'am.
And so your testimony is then he goes into your trunk
Yes, ma'am.
and he takes the bag out of the diaper bag.
No, it was not a diaper bag. It was the plastic bag that Charlie put in my trunk.
No, the money was inside your diaper bag is what you testified to before.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Oh, where'd you put it?
The money
Yeah.
was in the trunk of my car.
Okay. All right, I must have misunderstood your testimony. I thought you said it was in the
The
diaper
envelope was inside the diaper bag.
bag. Envelope was inside the diaper bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what you delivered to Sigfredo.
That's the envelope that Sigfredo picked up from my apartment. Yes, ma'am.
That Charlie had given to you.
Yes, ma'am.
That you say you didn't know what the contents were.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so moving forward, now Danny has been killed, and Sigfredo gets in your trunk and gets the bag, right?
It gets the money. Yes, ma'am.
Well, it's in a bag or not?
Yes, in the plastic bag.
Okay, all right, so he gets the bag, and at this point you say you haven't even seen the money.
Yes, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, and then a day or two later, he comes back to you and gives you, I guess, what is going to be your share, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at this point, you still don't know Luis Rivera is involved?
At that point, no, ma'am.
You still didn't know?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you said that Mr. Garcia puts the money into your closet?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And a few days later, you actually go into the closet?
I don't know if it was the same day that, that he put the money there, but a couple of days later when I had opened the bag, that's when I felt the moisture of the money.
So you didn't touch the money the first day?
I don't recall if I did or if I didn't.
So I'm talking about the first day that Charlie gives it to you. You didn't touch it that day?
Oh, no, I did not.
Okay, and you didn't touch it the next day. That's when you gave it to Sigfredo.
Yes, because he just grabbed it from the trunk of my car.
Okay, and a couple of days later, he brings you your share and puts it in your closet.
A day or two. It might have been the same day or the day after. He put it
Okay.
in the closet.
And then at some point, you open the bag.
Yes, ma'am.
And inside the bag, you find, it's not very thick, but you find stacks of money that's stapled together, correct?
What's not very thick?
10 $1 bill or 10 $100 bills stapled together. That's not very thick, is it?
It was just in stacks of whatever amount it was. I didn't count it.
It was stapled together, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So how much did you get for arranging Danny Markel to be killed from Charlie's request to passing that on to Sigfredo Garcia? How much money did you get?
I never counted how much money was even in the bag.
As you sit here today, you're telling this jury you never know what your cut was. You
No,
can't
ma'am.
tell them.
No, ma'am, I never counted it.
You spent some of it, didn't you?
I believe so. Through
And you,
time, yes.
and you deposited some of it into your bank account,
Yes, ma'am.
but you don't know how much yours was.
No, ma'am.
But you do admit that Charlie gave you a check after that from Adelson Institute, right? He gave you payroll checks from
Yes,
Adelson
ma'am.
Institute, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Charlie gave those to you.
No, it was. Oh, well, Charlie handed me the checks. Yes, ma'am.
Exactly.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And you testified that you met Ms. Donna Adelson on one occasion, right?
From what I recall, yes, from the dental office when I went to get work done.
She greeted you when you came for your appointment, basically.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had your appointment and you paid for the services, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And there's been testimony that Charlie, after that date, that Charlie, after that date, gave you other benefits, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, you and he weren't together anymore, correct?
After
the homicide.
No, we were not together, but we were still friendly with each other. We were still.
You're friends, but you went back to Sigfredo, right?
There was a time where I was between Sigfredo and still intimate with Charlie as well.
Besides the one time you had that dental appointment and you saw Mrs. Adelson, you met her, Donna Adelson.
Yes, ma'am.
After that, you never talked to her again, did you?
Not that I can recall. I don't think I've
You didn't
spoken.
speak on the phone to each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't text each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't email each other?
No, ma'am.
You didn't have any other communication of any kind?
No, ma'am.
You didn't meet with her in person?
There's only a time that I saw her, but I didn't meet with her.
Right, exactly. And when you're having these discussions with Charlie Adelson, I'm talking about you and your knowledge. When you're having these discussions with Charlie and then having discussions with Sigfredo, she's not involved in those conversations with you, is she?
No, ma'am. She's not.
May I have just a moment? Nothing further.
Redirect.
Good afternoon, Sergeant.
Good afternoon.
Now, I believe some of this you covered yesterday, but I just want to clarify a few things. These call detail records, they're generated by the carriers.
That's correct.
They're generated for purposes for business purposes of the carrier.
Correct.
So they're generated to, you know, back when I think I got a cell phone, we had a plan with a certain limit. Now they're unlimited, but that was one of the reasons why call detail records were created, correct?
Certainly, billing purposes, yes.
And what about network load?
As far as the creation of records,
Yes.
so network load, there are reports that I spoke about, the kind of specialty reports that are more of an engineering standpoint and are used by carriers to more effectively manage their network. Amongst other things might be load, be something that they would be considering with those records.
Now, the call detail records that you testified about extensively over the last couple of days, they do not contain precise geolocation data for a handset, do they?
The majority of the records that I've spoken about, no, do not.
And specifically, the records that you relied upon for mapping purposes that you displayed earlier.
That is correct. All of the records used for mapping are strictly cell site locations. So the locations that you've seen were for the cell site or cell tower the handset was communicating with, not the cell phone itself.
And using the cell site sector, you can at least identify where on a map a handset could be.
Correct.
And so when you're mapping those dots that are on your maps, those are the cell sites.
That is correct.
They're not the handset.
Correct.
Now, there are variables that influence how a device, a handset, communicates with a network, correct?
Certainly.
Would some of those include the signal strength of the handset?
Signal strength, or really signal quality, is one of the primary things that a handset uses, or the network uses, to determine which cell site a handset may communicate with. So the signal quality is largely affected by signal strength, as you ask, meaning the closer you are to the tower, the stronger the signal is, generally the better quality the signal is.
Now, what can interfere with a phone or device connecting with a tower?
A number of things, primarily structures, buildings. Here in downtown, we have a number of cell sites around the area, and if you were behind this courthouse, a very large, substantially built building, and there were a cell site on the opposite side, the density of this building would probably prevent your handset from being able to communicate with that cell site, and you may choose a cell site that's somewhere else that your handset is better able to see. Topography, hills, valleys, cell sites that are on the other side of a mountain, your handset may not be able to see or communicate with. Those are really the primary things, bodies of water, but the physical obstruction, topography is probably, to me, the greatest effect.
What about network load on a specific cell site?
So load can be a factor. The handsets, as they're creating energy, this radio frequency, the signals that are going back and forth, it is a bit of noise. And so the towers, if there's a lot of handsets, that can create a lot of noise, which can affect that signal quality that I've been speaking about. So towers can choose to adjust. Breathing is sometimes what it's called, but there may be an adjustment by the tower or the network. If there is high density, then handsets can communicate with other cell sites. Generally, no matter where you are, your handset is able to see multiple cell sites and sectors at the same time. And there's a lot that goes into the choice of particularly which one of those your handset is directed to communicate with for any particular event.
So merely because a handset is communicating with a specific cell tower, cell site, and sector, that doesn't mean that that's the closest one to that handset.
That's correct.
Do the call detour records that you have relied on in this case take into consideration whether or not a tower is under maintenance or partially functioning or otherwise operating at a reduced capacity?
Only in the respect that if it were not functioning, then it would not be listed in the records. If it were not operational, the handset would not be able to communicate with it. So when I see a cell site and sector in the records, I know that it was operational because the handset did in fact communicate with that.
But there's no way to tell from the call detour records that you relied on here whether or not a specific cell site was partially functioning.
I don't know exactly what you mean by partially functional.
Well, were any of them operating at reduced capacity? You can't tell that from the call detail records, can you?
I could not tell the load or the capacity on the tower at any particular time, no.
And so you just listed a number of factors that can affect call routing and cell site selection, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, those same factors can influence when a call is handed off to another cell site, correct?
They can, yes.
And so not only in this instance do we have a handset that is moving on a highway, but you also have those other factors that could influence what cell site the handset is communicating with.
That's correct.
And understanding all of those variables, that's critical to you analyzing and interpreting the data.
It is, yes.
And so would you agree that the analysis that you conduct has some inherent limitations?
It certainly has limitations as far as nothing in the analysis that I've done is meant to say exactly where a handset is. We're unable to do that. Again, I talked about inclusion and exclusion, that we know the general service area of a cell site, and so we include and exclude locations. But the limitation to the effect of we cannot say exactly where a handset is correct.
And so in other words, it involves some degree of estimation or inference?
I would agree with that, yes.
Now, could you pull up the presentation that you were showing us earlier?
I do have it, yes.
I want you to turn, let's start with one thing that the state brought out. Let's go to the frequency report. I believe it's on slide 28.
Apologies, a little trouble getting back there. Slide 28, the frequency report for Donna Adelson.
Okay. Can you explain to the jury again the process of creating this report? I believe what you said yesterday was that you put the data from the carrier into a tool.
A program, yes.
Okay. And then you did the same for Charlie Adelson's CDRs?
Correct.
Katherine Magbanua?
Correct.
Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes.
Luis Rivera?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Really, most any set of records that we had, the frequency report is one of the first things and most basic things that we do with the records.
Now, there's a process that you have to go through called, I believe it's called deduping. Are you familiar with that?
It depends on which way you're referring to it.
Okay. Well, when you're talking about call detail records and frequency analysis, there's a way, and I think you gave us an example yesterday on some of your slides about how one communication event can show up multiple times.
Correct. So we do see with certain carriers that a call that comes in that is routed maybe to voicemail creates multiple events, and it creates multiple records, and some of those will be tied to the same number, some of them are tied to kind of a not fictitious, but a routing phone number, so they will really count against the frequency for a particular target. But as I mentioned, these frequency reports are very general ideas of relationships and associations. So for these, we mentioned that it does include things like miscommunications, calls that went to voicemail. It may include the multiple events, because those things are generally distributed equally across all the calls. It's not just one phone that's going to create those multiple entries. All phones calling in should create about the same things. So it's certainly not meant to be an exact number of communications. It's just an idea of, again, kind of relevance and association.
Okay, so in that vein, if you could look at, let's see. So let's look at, I believe it was slide 122.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now with respect to this slide, have you gone into the data and manually removed duplicate events?
I have, yes.
And the same with have you done the same for slides 26 and 28?
Slide 26 is the frequency report for Charlie Adelson, and I believe that 28 is, again, Donna Adelson's. No, I have not removed duplicate events from these frequency reports.
Okay. So those aren't accurate.
They are accurate. They accurately represent from the call detail records every time that cell phone number appeared in the records.
Okay, there's a poorly worded question, I apologize. It's not accurate in the sense that there are not 80 actual communications between my client and her son.
There may be fewer. Again, this includes those routed events, the not answered, going to voicemail, all of those are included. Text messages, voice calls, all of those are included in this tallying. It is just from the raw records.
Okay. And so in other words, you see the 80 up there. You recall, I believe it's the AT&T records, could have 3 separate events for one communication. Is that correct?
They could. That would generally only tally 2 for a particular phone number, because that third event is generally going to have a routing phone number in it.
Okay. And so this does not account for that?
It does not.
I believe on slide 98, if you could turn to that. Can you keep going? It might have been the next one. Erase this text after you read it. Was the text erased?
The text was still in the iCloud return, so I could not tell you if it was deleted from the device or not.
You never got the handset that iCloud is associated with.
That is correct.
And that would be Charlie's phone.
Correct.
Okay. Slide 116. Looks like on this one there are 2 conversations between Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
One is an attempt. So as it says, Charlie attempts Katherine. This was an inbound that I don't believe was answered, or that any actual communications occurred.
Well, okay, so the one event, we don't know what was discussed, do we?
We do not know.
Slide 117. We don't know what was discussed between Charlie and whomever he was speaking with at the Adelson residence, do we?
We do not.
119. We don't know what was discussed between Harvey Adelson and Charlie Adelson.
We do not.
120. We don't know what was discussed between Katherine and Charlie, do we?
We do not.
And we don't have the content of the text messages that the data indicates took place.
That's correct.
Now, with respect to the calls to the landline, do you know anything about the signal strength for the Adelson residents in Coral Springs? You know, as far as their ability to connect with local towers back in 2014.
I only know what I have seen from looking at different sets of records. I know that their handsets have events with location that are consistent with their home on a fairly regular basis. I can do analysis and determine if the handsets are home or not. So as to whether that's great signal or not, there are a number of events their handsets are creating with cell sites near their residence that would be consistent with their residence.
I know that there are parts of my house where I can have a conversation, but if I walk into the garage, I don't have a good signal. You don't know where in the house that they were to have any sort of conversation in their home.
I do not.
Now, if you could go to 135. And advance one. So during this 36 to 48 hour period, does the 7 communications or attempted communications between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson indicate a spike?
I would not say so, no.
Okay. And for what time period did you review their records?
In different, we have records that span years, and they are a little different for each person. For some, we have several months. For some, we have years worth of records. So I have looked at periods of time for their records spanning several years.
Okay. Now, specific as to Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson, you have at least 4 or 5 years worth of records for them?
Probably that many, yes.
If not more.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And so the amount of communications or attempted communications that are indicated during the June 2nd and June 4th, as you refer to it, flurry of communications, 7 is not a spike.
I do not consider it an abnormally high number of communications.
Now, same with respect to the July trip. Can you advance to that slide, please?
Apologies, it'll take just a second. I believe that's what you're looking for.
Yes. Now, again, this is it's approximately 38 hours time period.
Correct.
The 4 communications or attempted communications between my client and her son, those do not represent a spike, do they?
They do not.
And so the flurry of communications that you testified to earlier, at least as it pertains to my client and her son, did not take place, did it?
I'm not sure where the characterization of a flurry came from. I don't believe that I used the term call flurry. We were looking at calling analysis or calling activity during certain periods of time. And the only question being asked of these of the analysis in this time frame was there the potential for the exchange of information from one person to the other? And that's what we see, that there is communication from one person to the other across the subjects during a time frame that may be more significant than others. It's not meant to reflect a high volume or a different tempo of communication, just that there is at least a potential for the exchange of information.
Now, let's talk about the emails briefly. Go to slide 140, please. Now, you testified this morning that this was sent out. Now, Evite is an online platform where anyone can go in and create an event and send out invitations, correct?
That's correct.
Back in 2014, do you have any personal knowledge as to how that website operated?
In 2014, I do not.
And I believe that you indicated that there was an indication that Donna Adelson was unfamiliar with that process.
Correct.
As we sit here today, you cannot testify that Donna Adelson created that event on evite.com, can you?
I can only testify as to the email where she asked if her invitations had been sent yet, and where she describes how she entered the contacts, how she entered the invitees as contacts. That's the only thing that I can take from that email.
Now, also with respect to the emails, there were quite a few search warrants done for email accounts in this case, correct?
Yes.
How many emails were recovered during this investigation?
Oh, how, like total number?
Yes.
Oh, hundreds of thousands.
Specific as to donnahardy@gmail.com, how many emails were recovered?
I do not recall the total amount.
In excess of 50,000?
I believe so, yes.
In excess of 70,000?
I don't recall, and I've only seen a subset of those.
Who decided
emails.
what subset you would review?
Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Let's look at slide 143. And you testified earlier that this was an email from Dan Markel to Wendi Adelson in January of 2024 concerning their schedule with the kids beginning in April.
January of 2014, but yes.
Yes, sorry. Are you also aware that there were subsequent emails and text messages between the two of them where this schedule changed or was modified?
I'm not aware of any changes or modifications.
So you have not reviewed them, or you're not aware of them?
I'm not aware of them. I have not seen anything. I have not done a great deal of research into the schedule with the children, but I am, as I sit here, not aware of any changes.
How did you decide to put this email in the presentation?
The emails are reviewed by whomever is investigating the case, assisting to investigate. They're provided to the state attorney's office for a determination as to what should be included in the presentation.
With respect to Wendi Adelson's phone, are there different types of extractions that can be done on these devices?
Yes, there are different sort of levels of forensic examinations that can be done, yes.
And what are those levels?
Well, it kind of varies by device, by time period, by forensic tool, but we generally talk about a logical extraction where we're we're taking the majority of information we can get access to kind of in a logical fashion. If this appears to be a text message, it's a text message. A phone call is a phone call. It is not as thorough as generally what we may consider a file system or a full file system extraction. So those are kind of the basics.
Okay. Which one is preferable when conducting an investigation?
We want the most detailed that we can get.
And the most detailed for most handsets is going to be a full extraction, correct?
It would be, but there are a number of things that may prohibit us from getting that full file system or full extraction. Encryption, passwords that cannot be broken, phones that are not supported by forensic tools. We frequently want the full extraction, but are unable to get it.
Now let's talk about Wendi Adelson's phone. Her phone was searched pursuant to consent, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Okay. And there were no limitations to that consent.
I am not the one who obtained the consent or did the examination, so I don't believe there were, but I don't have firsthand knowledge of that.
Okay, well, I believe, are you aware that Wendi Adelson gave a lengthy statement to investigators?
Yes.
And during the course of that interview, she voluntarily provided her cell phone for extraction.
Again, I believe that is correct.
And are you aware that she put any limitations on that extraction?
I'm not aware of any limitations.
And so, what type of extraction was done on her device?
A logical extraction.
And as we've discussed, a logical extraction is not a complete extraction from a device.
It generally has less information, correct?
In this case, if you look at the extraction, the forensic extraction, there's significantly less data in her phone extraction than in other devices' extractions in this case.
Yes, there is less data, but that may be an indication of less data on her device as well.
I want to talk about the morning of July 18th of 2014. I didn't write down the slide number, but you indicated earlier that, and you had a slide that Wendi called Donna, Donna called Wendi. Can you pull that up?
I can.
Thank you. What slide number is this?
This is slide 196.
Thank you. So slide 196, your analysis reveals that Wendi called her mother first, correct?
Well, these calls are as noted, at the same time. So they're both at 8:09. And one of the limitations we have with some of the sets of records we have is that some were provided with only hours and minutes of call, and some were provided with hours, minutes, and seconds. So these calls actually occurred in the same minute, but it's possible that Donna's call was first.
Don't you have records that indicate seconds?
We do have records that indicate
Specific
seconds.
for this day?
I don't know if we have specific for this day. We have multiple sets of records and multiple overlapping sets of records.
You have been involved in this case since its inception, since Mr. Markel was murdered, correct?
Yes.
And it's typically in your field best to use records that have more data rather than less, correct?
Generally, yes.
Okay. Have you gone back to determine who called whom first?
I have not, but I could.
And so, if I were to tell you that records with seconds reveal that Donna Adelson gets a call from Geek Squad and immediately calls her daughter, and then while Donna is calling her daughter, Geek Squad calls her daughter, would that also be consistent with both calls happening at 8:09?
Yes.
And by using the records with more information, you would be able to present this in an accurate order, would you not?
They both indicate the time of 8:09 for the calls, and as discussed or as presented, hopefully, that there was a phone tag that occurred here at 8:09. And so that, yes.
I believe you had moved to slide 210. Now this is after the text message exchange between Wendi Adelson and Dan Markel, correct?
Correct.
And that's the one where after Mr. Markel had left a voicemail for Wendi texts him and saying, swimming won't work today because I'm picking the kids up at 3:30.
Correct.
Okay. And then they kind of have a disagreement about the time that Wendi can pick the boys up.
They do.
After Wendi gets that information from Mr. Markel, she then calls her brother.
Correct?
She didn't call her mother.
No.
Now, I believe after this call between Wendi and Charlie, I think it's on slide 213, he tries to call Donna.
Correct.
30 seconds, that indicates to you that the call did not connect.
More than likely.
I believe, if you go to slide 272. May have gotten the slide wrong. If you can back up a couple of slides, please. So the text, I believe that the state inadvertently mischaracterized the evidence and testimony in the questioning. The last connection to a cell tower for Donna Adelson was at 8:59, not 8:35, correct?
For 8:59, for location, like location that we would use?
Yes.
I don't recall an 8:59 event.
Okay. I'm sorry. So you have the 8:59 as the text message,
That's correct.
and that's from Charlie Adelson's iCloud,
That is correct.
and you don't get location from that.
We do not. And so, probably important to point out, some of these are chats, so they're actually occurring over the data network. They're iMessage versus carrier-based text messaging, where we're more likely to see locations associated with text. So with the iCloud, and knowing that those are traversing the iMessage or the Apple network, it's common for us not to have locations attached to those.
So in that regard, iMessages aren't going to show up in call detail records.
They do not.
Other apps, communication apps, are not going to show up in call detail records.
That's correct.
Now this tragedy took place a little over 11 years ago, correct?
Yes.
And up until your July 10th, 2025 deposition, you had not done the drive yourself, had you?
That's correct.
Did you do any research to determine what construction had taken place at I-95 between July 18th of 2014 and July 18th of 2025?
I-95 where?
Where you drove?
Not the, I know that there was a number of changes to I-95 at the area where it separates from the turnpike, the Florida Turnpike. I did specifically look at the turnpike in relation to Mr. Adelson's residence to make sure that there had been no changes in the roadway there.
Okay, so the turnpike, it's your testimony that in the last 11 years, the turnpike in that area has not been widened?
I don't recall it has been widened. The off-ramp is in the same location. The aerial photography is exactly the same for that exchange. And again, the drive was done because there was a question raised somewhere along the way about the ability to get off the turnpike and to Mr. Adelson's residence. And so just to clarify that, and that more research was done. And so again, looking at that, there's been a number of changes around that area. Water drainage has been filled in, buildings have been built, all kinds of things have happened, but the roadway itself remains the same.
So again, my question is, has the road been widened? Has there been construction?
There may have been construction and replacement. And I can say with certainty, and I can look at it again, but with certainty, the routes, the off-ramps, the exchanges are in the same position that they are. If the lanes are a little wider, there was no significant change in anything about getting off the turnpike and getting over to Mr. Adelson's road.
Sergeant Corbett, I don't know if I'm asking a poor question or you're misunderstanding. Has there been construction on the turnpike in the last 11 years?
I'm sure there has, yes.
Did you do anything to determine if that had happened?
Yes.
Okay. And yet, you're still giving us a qualified answer.
You're asking about widening. I don't recall seeing, and again, the area that I looked at was the turnpike, the off-ramp of the turnpike, the exchange that goes to the east, and then connects with Mr. Adelson's road. There were no changes to that. If the turnpike was widened somewhere, that may be possible. I did not look for that. Again, I'm looking for the path of travel had not changed.
So you looked for records that would be consistent with the state's theory. to establish that the route hadn't been altered in any way.
The question raised was, can you get off the turnpike and get to Charlie Adelson's residence? And the answer is yes.
Now, what were the traffic conditions on July 18th of 2014?
I do not know.
Did you do anything to try to find that out?
I did.
And what did you do?
I tried to research through Department of Transportation if they had traffic and crash data going back that far, and I did not find any.
Is that because the retention period had been exceeded?
Most likely, yes.
What is a retention period?
I do not know the exact retention period.
No, tell us what is a retention period.
I'm sorry, a retention period would be a policy of a holder of information for how long they hold that. And so carriers have retention periods for their cell phone records. It may be 1 year, and after 1 year they purge that data. Could be 2 years, could be 10 years, but that retention period or is a policy for how long they retain records.
And so, as we sit here today, do you know the retention period for DHSMV to keep accident records?
I do not.
What about construction records for I-95 and the Turnpike?
I do not.
Did you do anything to collect construction records for I-95 or the Turnpike between July 18th of 2014 and the present day?
No.
How many lanes were on 95 between my client's residence in Miami Beach and her son's residence back in 2014?
I do not know the exact number.
What about now?
It varies. There were 6 or more in certain places. There was construction going on when I drove.
What about the Turnpike? How many lanes were on the Turnpike back in 2014?
Again, varies by the location where you're at, but 2 to 3 in any direction.
And what about now?
Same now. I say same now. Depending upon where we're talking about, so I'm looking at a very narrow stretch of the Turnpike. Talk about the Turnpike, it's in entirety. I'm sure it's undergone a lot of changes.
Now, when you did this drive, you had gas in your car, correct?
I did.
You did not have to stop for gas while you're doing this test drive, did you?
During those particular sessions or sections, no, I did not.
You had snacks with you?
I did.
So you didn't have to stop for snacks?
I did not have to.
Did you stop for any meals along the way during this drive test?
During these particular sessions or sections of road travel, no, I did not.
And there's a reason I'm going to ask this question. How old were you at the time you did this test?
55.
So not in your 60s, not in your 70s.
Not quite.
Now, have you ever been on the highway, got behind a slow-moving vehicle? It frustrates you, right?
It may, yes.
And you have an opportunity to pass them, you drive by and you see someone older driving.
Sometimes, yes.
Okay. Do you know how fast Harvey and Donna Adelson were driving on July 18th of 2014?
I do not.
And so, not knowing how fast they are driving, can you give an accurate estimate for how long the drive would take them?
I think I can give an accurate estimate based on speed limit and distance, but as far as how which is, I believe, substantiated by segments of travel. So the travel from the 832 point to Charlie Adelson's was very consistent with the estimations. The travel from 1053 to the hotel, consistent with estimations.
Well, I want to stop you right there. The 1053 point, can you pull that up, please?
I believe it's actually here.
Go to the next slide or series where we show 1053 to Orlando. Perfect. That section of the Turnpike is not as in an area that is as densely populated as the section to the south, is it?
It's not.
Okay. And so the section south on the turnpike, you're going to get more commuter traffic than you will in this section, correct?
I would agree with that, yes.
And so you're not going to necessarily be in as stop and go traffic as you would if you were to the south.
Usually, yes, I would agree with that.
Now, was anything done, or let me ask this differently. Do you know whether or not at the time Donna and Harvey Adelson left their apartment on Miami Beach to start driving north, had they eaten dinner?
I do not know.
Did they have a full tank of gas?
Do not know.
How many times did they stop to go to the bathroom?
Do not know.
Did they stop to get coffee?
They may have.
This was late night.
I did.
And you're much younger than they were at the time. You stopped for coffee.
I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Sergeant Corbett, you just made a statement that I believe your deposition testimony contradicted. You said the time that it would take to get from their residence to Charlie Adelson's residence. Can you, with the call detail records, place my client, Donna Adelson's handset at Charlie Adelson's residence on July 18th of 2014?
From cell site locations in the records? No.
And at no point on July 18th of 2014 can you place Donna Adelson's handset and or Harvey Adelson's handset connecting to the same cell site at the same time as Charlie Adelson's handset?
That's correct.
So from the call detail records, you cannot testify, you cannot tell this jury that my client was at her son's house.
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I have a question.
Sure.
When you indicated that you were playing the role of a gang member, what does that mean?
Well, a gang member is anybody that's involved in any type of organization or regarding criminal activity, involved in criminal activity.
Well, I know what a gang member is. I'm asking what were you going to do? What were you trying to portray yourself as? How was your demeanor? How were you going to act as a gang member?
You mean during the bump?
Yes, sir.
I was actually very friendly.
For the bump that was on the street?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Adelson told you that you scared her, didn't she?
I think she was startled. I mean, I'm not good looking, so maybe that scared her, but.
Were you dressed up all pretty like you are today?
No, ma'am.
How were you dressed?
Just jeans and a t-shirt and open, I believe, like a bluish button-down open.
Okay. When you say you were friendly to her, was that what you said? You were friendly to her?
I was told to be very polite to her.
And were you?
I was.
Did you invite her out to lunch?
No, not exactly.
Okay. The area that you met her at, how was that selected?
That I don't have the specifics. Special Agent Pat Sanford would be better to answer that.
Were you aware when you went out there that where you would run into her at that specific time of day? I mean, you just didn't stand there all day waiting for her, right?
I did not.
Okay. You knew a specific time in general that you thought you would see her there, correct?
The investigative team, I'm sure, did their homework and they knew, so.
Okay. Are you aware that that's the route that she took from where she was living down the block to pick up her grandchildren from school?
I was made aware of that, yes.
Thank you. Now, in the bump, with the flyer that you handed to Miss Adelson, you had some information on there, $5,000. And when you spoke to her, what did you say to her?
Well, when I engaged her, to the best of my recollection, you know, I said to her that we know that their problem up north had been taken care of, and that Katie and Tuto are being taken care of, and my brother Tato has not been taken care of. He and his family have not been taken care of, and that they should take care of him and his family, something to that effect, him and his family, like they are taking care of Katie and Tuto.
And who's Tuto?
Tuto, from what I understand, was Sigfredo Garcia.
And who was Tato?
Tato was Luis Rivera.
You have a really interesting accent.
Yeah, that's because I'm fluent in Spanish. Yes.
Okay. Are you of Spanish descent, or you just have learned that?
I am.
You are? Okay. Thank you. You do it very well.
Thank you.
So you tell her that you know that her family is taking care of Tuto and Katie, but not your brother Tato.
Correct.
And Tato is Luis Rivera.
Correct.
And he was incarcerated at that time.
Correct.
And you told her that in the Broward County Jail, the two of you have been together, right?
I don't believe on the bump I said that.
Okay. And you tell her that you need $5,000 to take care of Tato, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And she told you she didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, during the bump, I didn't mention the 5,000 or anything. I didn't mention the money.
The piece of paper said $5,000.
Well, the paper did, but verbally I didn't say it to her.
You said they needed to take care of Tato.
Yes, but I didn't say the dollar amount.
But you handed her a piece of paper
I
and
did.
it had it on there, correct?
Sure.
Okay.
Mhm.
She didn't pay you the $5,000, did she?
I don't believe they ever did.
Okay, and that was on April the 19th of 2016, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. So that's the 19th. As of the 23rd, you still had not heard from Mrs. Adelson, and so you sent her a letter, did you not?
That letter, I did not physically do it. That was the investigative team that wrote and sent that letter.
Were you aware of it?
At the time, I wasn't.
Did you become aware of it?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And the gist of it was nobody had heard back from her, correct?
I don't remember reading that letter.
So, but you're aware the letter was sent, right?
Later on, yes.
Okay. And then move forward all the way up to April the 28th of 2016. Mrs. Adelson has not called you back, correct?
I don't remember the dates that, accurately. I don't remember.
Okay. Well, there's a phone call that's been introduced into evidence, so.
Well, yeah,
okay.
but you're asking me before that. I guess on the 28th I received a call.
Well, on the 28th, you actually called the Adelson Institute, didn't
Yes,
you?
I did call.
Okay.
Yes.
So you were the first call then? You
Yes,
called the Adelson Institute?
Correct.
And
correct.
you were trying to reach Donna Adelson?
That is correct.
But she was not there?
Correct.
So you left a message saying, you're Sammy, and you haven't heard back from her, and let her know I called?
That is correct.
Okay. But she doesn't call you back right then, does she?
No, she did not.
And she didn't pay you the $5,000 you were looking for, correct?
Did not.
Okay. And so you called the Adel Institute and get no response. So then May the 4th of 2016, you sent a text to Donna Adelson at 2:09 in the morning, correct?
That is correct.
And on that text, you said, still have not heard from Donna. Wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta?
I think Puto.
Puto, call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're, excuse my language, fucking crazy. I want the and then it doesn't say now or I'm going after the 100K, right?
That's what I was told to write, yes.
Wasn't very polite there, was it?
Well, that's usually how somebody that's blackmailing somebody or extorting somebody in the criminal world would probably talk to somebody, yes.
Sure, it's more aggressive, right?
Absolutely.
Because you want her to incriminate herself by talking to you, pay the $5,000. You're looking for her to talk, right?
I'm just looking for her to send the money.
But she didn't send the money, did she?
She did not.
Okay. And then you got a call on, let's see, that was May the 4th. You still don't hear from Donna. But on May the 6th, no. May the 4th, you get a call from Charlie Adelson,
That is correct.
and you talked to him,
I did.
right? And that recording is in evidence, so we don't need to talk about that. But basically, you don't get anywhere with Charlie. He doesn't offer to pay you the $5,000, right?
No,
An
he,
argument.
Did he offer to pay you the $5,000?
no, he did not.
Okay, thank you. And then, finally, on May the 6th, Donna Adelson calls you back on that number that you had put on the paper, correct?
That is correct.
And we're gonna listen to the call through another witness, but the gist of it is, she's telling you, you tell her you know everything about everybody involved, right?
Correct.
And she tells you, you got the wrong person, I'm not involved, correct?
She did.
And she tells you, if you know everybody who is involved, go to the police, right?
She just said, go get the money from, but she didn't say if I know everybody. She just said, I believe she said, just go collect the money.
Well, we'll play it so we'll know the exact
Okay,
words. But
that's fine.
she didn't offer to give you the $5,000 then.
No.
And she encouraged you to go get the $100,000, which was the reward at that time for
She did.
providing information regarding the homicide of Dan Markel.
She did.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, sir. Have a good day. I'm done with my questions.
Redirect examination. There you go. Cross-examination.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Okay, with respect to the second restaurant footage that you enhanced, am I to understand that you enhanced an enhancement more recently? Did you provide additional materials recently to the state attorney's office?
What we did was not an enhancement. We only took the audio track and put it with the video track. So
That's what you.
we didn't touch anything but just basically save the original, the processed audio that we did and the original video and just saved it in a different format.
Okay, so then that's what you did recently?
Yes.
Okay.
So no enhancement done in that step.
Okay. And then, yes, were you ever provided with the audio of the interview done by law enforcement of Wendi Adelson on July 18th of 2014?
No, I was not.
And specifically, the end of that interview when Miss Wendi Adelson calls my client.
Not to my recollection. I do not believe so.
And so the government did not ask you to do that.
Correct.
Just a moment. Nothing further, Your Honor?
Redirect examination.
Trying to get in front of it. Good morning.
Good morning.
You've been testifying for quite some time.
Yes, ma'am.
Listened to a lot of phone calls.
We have.
And now it's cross-examination, so on behalf of Mrs. Adelson, I need to talk to you about those things.
Yes, ma'am.
We may replay all of them. I'm kidding, I'm not going to do that.
Thank you.
I wouldn't do that to anybody in this room. But I do have some questions. I can't remember if you testified to it on direct or not, but you're the lead investigator in this case, correct?
For the Federal Bureau of Investigation, I am.
Thank you. And I don't think you said exactly. I remember you said you got involved early on. What does early on mean with respect to the date that Dan Markel was killed?
I believe the homicide occurred on a Friday. I was called on Monday, that following Monday, so the 18th, 19th, 20th,
okay.
Around the 21st.
Thank you. And when you became involved, who kind of updated you with, here's what we got, and to discuss with you your input of where it should go?
I got the initial call from investigator Scott Cherry. He initially called me and asked me to assist with some leads, basically outside the state of Florida, basically, and outside of Tallahassee.
Okay. All right. You're obviously here testifying for the state.
Yes, ma'am.
So I'm not sure we're going to agree on everything. Is that fair? But I think you could agree with me that my client, Donna Adelson, when she has something on her mind, I mean, you've reviewed the materials, right? The emails, and you listen to the phone calls and text messages, etc.
Yes, ma'am.
If she's got something to say, something on her mind, she writes about it, and she writes a lot about it. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes. Yes. On
Okay.
certain matters, yes.
Okay. And kind of the opposite of that, her son, Charlie Adelson, when he's got something on his mind, he can't shut up, can he?
That's correct.
I mean, he sometimes goes on forever, and in these phone calls, you can actually hear his mother, Donna, just going, yeah, and then finally, when she can, she changes the subject, right?
That's correct.
And from all of the phone records that you have reviewed, not just for this time period, they talk on the phone a lot, don't they?
They do.
Okay. And when they talk, sometimes they talk for a long time, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree with me that sometimes if you don't hear an entire conversation and you just hear a little part of it, you might not be able to put that into context with what the discussion is. Is that fair?
That's sometimes fair, yes.
Okay. You said that there were leads that you were going to follow up with respect to folks who were outside of the state of Florida, right?
Yes, ma'am, among other leads.
Okay, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but were those witnesses or those suspects?
Some of both.
Okay.
We were also trying to track down the green Prius, so there were quite literally thousands of green Priuses throughout the state and the country that were potential suspect vehicles.
Okay, so you followed up on leads of where green Priuses were outside the state of Florida, is that fair to say?
Outside and inside.
Okay.
Outside of Tallahassee is fair to say.
Okay, all right. Let's see here. Just some notes about some of the calls. Would you agree that there were several times in those calls where people were talking about traffic, how heavy the traffic was in one location or another? I think Katie does it some and Charlie does it some. Do you recall that?
Talking about traffic in South Florida?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, during the calls that we listened to, these are wiretap calls that have been recorded. That was your testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And during those calls, at the point that Charlie Adelson starts to be pretty concerned about what the heck is going on, why is my family continuing to be contacted about that, you can see a change in his demeanor, right?
Certain calls you could, yes.
I mean, there are a couple calls between him and Katie where he's pretty angry, and he's letting her know that something needs to be done. Somebody needs to call this number and figure out what's going on, right?
His characterization of being angry, I don't know about, but yes, he was trying to encourage her to find out who was doing this. Correct.
And I mean, yeah, I don't want you to gauge somebody's character, but I mean, he was getting aggressive with her. Is that fair to say?
I don't think he was, in my opinion, if that's what you're asking me, my opinion is I don't think he was angry at her. I think he was upset with the situation.
Right, he was showing that.
Yes, he was being, he was showing that he was not happy.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, so maybe his anger isn't at her, but he's wanting her to do something that's not been done, so he keeps on about it, right?
Yes, he's very anxious. Yes, I would agree with that.
And in some of the calls with her, he shows concern about whether this is somebody related to the people who have committed the killing. Maybe it's the police, but he's letting her know that he's concerned that this might be somebody who's involved some way, right?
I agree.
When they're talking about the brother in Broward County, Katie, you can tell in those calls, she knows Luis Rivera has been incarcerated in Broward County, and now she's getting concerned, right?
Right, she's concerned. I wasn't so sure he was catching on to that part of it.
Yeah, not that it was Luis Rivera, but
Right.
but he was concerned about it, and then she became concerned about it.
That's correct.
And his discussions about being worried about it, those were with Katie, correct?
That's correct.
When he talks to his mother, he's always reassuring her everything's fine. Sometimes it's 99% sure, 100% sure, 1,000% sure. He's got all these percentages, but he's telling his mother there's nothing to worry about. Nobody's coming after you. You're okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so this investigation was pretty lengthy, fair to say.
That's fair to say.
And you were involved in the investigation, I guess it would be the Monday after the homicide through Mrs. Adelson's arrest, correct?
Going through today, yes, ma'am.
Okay. We want to talk about the period from when Danny Markel was killed. I should say we want to talk about, my questions are going to relate to from the date that Danny Markel was killed through the date of her arrest.
Okay.
And I know you got records, some people's records, phone records, et cetera, that were from prior to Danny being killed, correct?
Correct.
Emails, et cetera.
Correct.
And my questioning will address those as well, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I want to ask you a question. You have testified about getting a wiretap, right?
I didn't personally get the wiretap, but I've testified about the wiretap. Correct.
One was obtained in this case.
That's correct.
And when I say in this case, I'm not referring to Donna Adelson. I'm referring to, there's a lot of co-conspirators that are alleged, right?
Correct.
And wiretaps were approved by the court for 2 people in the case, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the only wiretaps you got from the date of Danny Markel's homicide through Mrs. Adelson being arrested were on Charlie Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And Katherine Magbanua, right?
The only ones we got on this case were. That's
Okay.
correct.
All right. And in this case, I mean, who I just included. I mean, you testified Luis Rivera was arrested, correct?
Correct.
And he entered a plea deal,
Correct.
okay? And Sigfredo Garcia, the one who did the killing, he was arrested.
That's correct.
And convicted. And we'll go back to that in a minute. Then you got who? Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, right?
That's correct.
And then you have Mrs. Adelson who's been charged, correct?
Correct.
So of those 5 people, the only wiretaps you ever got were on Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, correct?
That's correct. There was a previous wiretap on Luis Rivera.
Okay, all right. When you say previous, what is that time period?
That was in 2014 and I think went into 2015.
Okay. So it was one wiretap that you got that was extended.
It was not our wiretap. It was a different agency's wiretap that were investigating him for the crime that he was incarcerated for.
Okay, not for this case.
Not for this case.
Okay.
Correct. But there were available recordings that we reviewed
Okay.
of his wiretap
Okay, all right.
that assisted us with this investigation.
Okay, thank you. And to get a wiretap, there's a process you have to go through, right?
Correct.
An affidavit or basically showing probable cause has to be submitted to the court, correct?
That's correct.
A petition for a wiretap has to be submitted to the court.
Yes.
And the court reviews it, and if the court approves it based on the probable cause and the petition, here in this case, it was granted twice, right?
That's correct.
And in what has to be shown in this affidavit is probable cause, right?
Correct.
And what is your working knowledge of what probable cause means?
My working knowledge?
Yes, sir.
It's evidence that is built upon, that is, shows a pattern of what can be beyond a reasonable doubt, not beyond a reasonable doubt, but brings upon reasonable suspicion upon something.
Okay, great. So I'm glad you clarified that. A probable cause affidavit is basically you have evidence that a crime has been committed, correct?
Correct.
And the particular person who's the suspect in that affidavit is probably the person who committed the crime. Is that kind of a fair way to say it?
That's one way to say it, yes.
Okay, all right. Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, not beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, and when you get an arrest warrant, it's the same thing. It's just probable cause, correct?
Correct.
Not beyond a reasonable doubt.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, I don't think you were asked about it specifically, but as the lead investigator on the case, you're familiar with the circumstances of Mr. Markel being killed, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, he was followed by Sigfredo and Garcia and Luis Rivera the day of his murder.
Yes, ma'am.
They followed him from his house to the preschool that the children went to, right?
Correct.
They watched him walk the children into the school, correct?
That's correct.
And then when he left the school and went to the gym, they followed him there, right?
Correct.
And after he was done with the gym, they followed him to his home.
That's correct.
Okay. And during the course of this morning, besides those actions, what's happening is there's communication between Dan Markel and Wendi Adelson, right?
That's correct.
And they're exes at this time. The divorce is final, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I think the communication that was spoken of here was Danny Markel, he leaves a voicemail for Wendi that morning, right?
I believe so. That's correct.
I can't recall if you were the witness where that was played or not, were you?
No, ma'am.
Have you listened to it?
It's been a long time ago.
Would you agree with me that it was a pretty pleasant message?
I can't disagree with that.
Okay. I mean, Mr. Markel was being friendly about, he and Wendi potentially getting together to discuss one of the children's school that they might be going to, right?
Yes.
He even suggests, I think, that they could meet at the school and take a walk and talk about it, right?
I don't recall that part, but it was pleasant.
Okay. You are familiar with the text messages that took place between them after that phone call, right?
It's been years since I've looked at them.
Okay. You're not going to be able to answer any of my questions about those then?
I might not be able to. You can try.
We got other witnesses. We'll go on if you don't know them, okay?
Okay.
based on all of the evidence in the case, Mr. Markel didn't know what was happening, did he?
He didn't know what was going to happen to him?
Right.
No, ma'am, I don't believe he did.
He didn't know he was being followed. You don't have any evidence that he was aware of that.
No, ma'am, we do not believe that.
Okay, and you have surveillance footage at the daycare, right?
Not at the daycare, at the gym and some cross traffic cameras. I don't remember the daycare.
Okay, I might have misspoken on that. I apologize.
Okay.
But Mr. Markel, being unaware of what was going to happen to him that morning, he was just kind of going about life as usual. Is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am, he was.
When he took his children to the preschool and hugged and kissed them and sent them on in the room, he didn't know that was the last time he was going to see them.
He did not.
And those children certainly didn't know that was the last time they were ever in their lives going to see their father.
No, they didn't.
And we've gone through, they go to the gym, they follow Sigfredo Garcia, and sometimes I mess up their names, Luis Rivera,
Yes, ma'am.
follow him in their car back to his home, right?
Correct.
And the evidence is that Sigfredo Garcia, they pull up behind Mr. Markel in his driveway, right?
Correct.
And the car's still running. Mr. Markel is still inside of it. And from the evidence you're aware of, he was talking on the phone to someone.
That's correct.
And he at least is alerted from the evidence that you obtained that somebody is in his driveway and he doesn't know who it is, right?
That's correct.
And from the evidence that you have reviewed, what happens is Sigfredo Garcia exits the car and he goes up and through the glass shoots Danny Markel twice, right?
Correct.
Once in the cheek area and one time almost right between the eyes.
That's correct.
So the investigation really begins in the case when the neighbor, I think his name was Mr. Geiger, he calls 911, correct?
Correct.
And he's already testified to what transpired that made him make that call to 911. But as soon as 911 is called, the investigation starts. Is that fair to say?
I'd agree with that.
Okay, law enforcement was on the scene. There were a bunch of cars, right?
Correct.
And crime scene tape was put up so that the crime scene would be secure and evidence wouldn't be tampered with or trampled over, whatever. Is that right?
That's correct.
Cars were not allowed to go up towards the house, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. But people who drove up to the crime scene tape and could turn around in your investigation, they would be able to see these cars sitting out there in front of Mr. Markel's house, right?
It depends on which side of the street you're on, I believe, but I was not at the scene, so I can't really testify to that.
Okay, have you reviewed the pictures?
I have seen pictures.
Okay. Now, I don't recall what time it is, but sometime in the afternoon, I think it was TPD, located Wendi Adelson having lunch with some friends, right?
That was TPD, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and they took her back to TPD and they spoke to her, right?
They did.
Okay, you're aware of that interview?
I am.
Have you observed it?
I have.
Okay. And during the course of that interview, which is several hours long, right?
I believe so. It's been a while.
Okay. There are times when she's sitting in the room with a victim advocate alone, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes, I don't remember, was he detective, investigator, Isom?
Investigator Isom.
Investigator
yes,
Isom comes in and speaks to her some, right?
Correct.
Sherry Bennett comes in and talks to her about some things from TPD, correct?
I don't believe so.
That's okay. We'll have another witness.
Okay.
But you agree people are coming and going out of the room?
Yes, ma'am.
And Wendi Adelson, there are many Adelsons, so I'll stop saying Mrs. I'll give their first names, okay? Wendi Adelson is recorded from the time she gets into that room until they are done speaking to her and she's going to be permitted to leave, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and during the course of her being interviewed, she says many things, but she certainly says that Mr. Markel's parents are going to think that she did it, right?
I believe that's correct.
And then she starts answering questions about who it is that possibly could have done this to Mr. Markel, and she gives lots of of choices. Maybe it's a angry student, right?
Right.
Maybe it's someone that got upset with him, right?
Right.
And when she talks about her family, she said that her brother had previously joked that he was going to get a hitman, but instead it was cheaper to get her a TV, correct?
Correct.
And when asked about who was angry, she said that her parents disliked him more than anyone. Those were her statements, right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and from that date that she's interviewed there and she gives statements, fair to say that her family become suspects.
It depends on whose definition of suspects you have, but they are persons of interest.
Persons of interest, okay, from that time period.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How many suspects did you have from the time Mr. Markel was killed through Donna Adelson being arrested?
Suspects?
Yes, sir.
I would call them persons of interest.
I'm sorry, we'll use your word.
Yeah, we had a lot of persons of interest throughout the case.
Okay.
I couldn't tell you a number, but there was numerous.
You followed up on numerous persons of interest.
Yes, ma'am.
How long were there numerous persons of interest before you were focused in on the Adelson family?
About a year.
A year?
Yes, ma'am.
So you didn't consider in the first year the Adelson family as persons of interest?
I considered them. You asked me if I was focused, and I was focused about a year in.
Okay. On them?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. There was an investigation going on regarding the Adelsons from the time that Wendi started saying these comments, right?
They were part of the investigation.
Okay. I mean, bank records were obtained very early on the Adelson family, correct?
That's correct.
And those were updated throughout the entire investigation, right?
There was different times during the investigation they were updated. After they became main suspects and we identified Luis Rivera, we definitely did then.
Okay. And starting on July the 21st of 2014, up through the day that Donna Adelson was arrested, you stayed actively involved in the investigation, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, you were even there when she was arrested, correct?
I was there on every single arrest. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You're invested in the case because you were the lead investigator.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you ever made a mistake in your work?
Sure.
Have you ever initially assumed that one person might be a suspect or a person of interest, and later it turned out that they were not the one that committed the crime?
Not a suspect, no, ma'am.
No? Not a person of interest?
Maybe a person of interest, yes. Not a suspect.
You've been right from the time you thought that they were a person of interest through them being arrested. Not made a mistake.
As a suspect I deem as somebody we have probable cause on.
Okay. All right, so not just TPD and not just you with the FBI, there were several agencies who were involved in this investigation. Is that fair to say?
Not for the investigation. I would disagree with that.
You would? So the state attorney's office investigator was not involved in the investigation of this case?
Later on he was, but there's not several agencies. There was just a few that assisted, yes.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department got involved, did they not?
They assisted, correct.
And they assisted with the search warrant in Mrs. Adelson, Donna Adelson's home, right?
That's correct.
They were there when she was arrested. Is that right?
I believe that was the Miami-Dade, Miami-Dade. There's different agencies down there, so
Yeah.
different agencies would assist when we needed help, yes.
So some agency down there was there for her arrest?
Right. What I'm saying is there's not a bunch of agencies who were invested in the case throughout the entire investigation.
Oh, sure.
There
I
were
mean,
several that assisted.
There
yes.
are main investigative agencies, yourself and TPD.
Yes, correct.
But there were others who were involved as well.
That were involved that assisted us, yes.
Right. Even the Florida Department of Law Enforcement was involved in assisting, right?
That's correct.
And so, fair to say you had resources that were beyond just TPD, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And the evidence that's been collected in this case has been for years, right?
Correct.
I mean, we're like, at this point, unfortunately, Mr. Markel has been gone for, is my math right, 11 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the different kinds of evidence that was obtained in this case include a lot of emails.
I'd agree with that.
One witness testified that there were hundreds of thousands of emails that were obtained in this case.
I don't know what another witness testified to this.
No, I'm asking your knowledge. You're aware that there were hundreds of thousands.
I do know that, yes.
Okay. And in addition to having these emails, you also recovered a lot of text messages, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, hundreds of thousands of emails, I can tell you from my experience in this case, that's not easy to go through, is it?
No, ma'am.
So were a lot of people involved in reviewing the emails for the investigation?
TPD had people that reviewed the emails.
Okay. And I'm sure you're not familiar with all hundreds of thousands of them. Is that fair to say?
That's very fair to say.
The ones that have been presented here with the state, and you going over with them, preparing for court, some of them have been introduced into evidence, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And also, in addition to that, there are, even though you don't have recorded calls until the bump, I guess?
That's fair to say. I could be mistaken, but I think that's probably the first recorded calls.
And when I say recorded calls, I mean the wire calls. That's what you have that you've testified to here in court.
We had some wire calls prior to the bump, like
What-
about a week before the bump.
Mr. Rivera, are you referring to?
No, ma'am. We started the wire before the bump.
Okay, give me those dates.
I can refresh my note, look at
Please
my
do.
notes, refresh my memory.
Yeah, please do.
It looks like 4/8 of 16 is when we started the wire on Mr. Adelson, Mr. Charlie Adelson, and Katherine Magbanua.
And that went all the way through, is it June the 7th?
I should refer to my notes again.
Please do.
I don't have that on my timeline, but that sounds about right. June 7th is when, well, actually, I do have. So we did actually get another couple of wires after Sigfredo was arrested. I'm sorry, after I interviewed Mr. Garcia, he went and bought 2 burner phones, and we went up on those phones also.
Okay.
As he was arrested, I interviewed him, released him, he went and bought 2 burner phones, we went up on those phones also, and then we ended up arresting him, and then shortly after that, we went down on all the wires, on the 2 wires and his 2 burner phones.
Okay. With respect to Charlie Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, those ended around June the 7th, correct?
Yes, ma'am, I believe that's correct.
Okay. In addition to those recorded calls that you have, you also, in this investigation, have what's called call detail records from even before Mr. Markel was killed, right?
Yes, call detail records showing the calls back and forth, date and times. Yes, ma'am.
Not just back and forth between people here, but other people too.
Right, it's their phone records, there's no content, is what it is. It's the
Correct.
call detail records. Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
So you got those for an extended period of time, right?
We did.
Many years.
Yes, ma'am.
And you talked about TPD reviewing the emails, the hundreds of thousands of emails. How about the recorded calls? Was someone listening in on those
Which recorded calls?
for the bump?
So you're talking about the wire calls?
Yes. Mhm.
Yes, we had people who had to live monitor those calls. We can't just record them without somebody sitting there and listening to them. They have to minimize them as they go.
Let's talk about minimizing. Minimizing is when there's a point in a call where something's being discussed that's not relevant to your investigation. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And so the minimization takes place in that click. We're not recording that part. We're not listening to the part. How does that work?
Yeah, they hit a button and it stops recording and stops listening.
Okay.
And then they give a certain amount of time, they go back in and start listening again to see if there's anything relevant
Okay.
to the conversation.
All right. And in some of these calls that have been admitted, they could be extended calls, many minutes, but there's only a very short period of time that's relevant to this case. Is that fair to say?
That's that officer who's actually monitoring at that time. That's their determination. So they've been instructed on how to do the minimization, and they listen to the best of their knowledge, and they make those determinations of whether they think it's relevant or not.
Okay. But you would agree that some of these calls, well, let's just give an example. There's a call on April the 15th of 2016, if you look at your summary, 8:32 p.m. And it says it's 50 minutes and 9 seconds. Do you see that?
You said April 15th, you got the call number?
2016. Oh, I'm sorry, it's 989.
Oh, perfect. Yes, ma'am, I see it. 50 minutes long, yes, ma'am.
For 50 minutes, they're talking, but they're not talking about this case for 50 minutes. Fair to say?
Fair to say they're not talking about this case in regards to the actual, I would say it's relevant to the case.
It's relevant to the case.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they're talking about Charlie wanting to buy a go-kart and become a professional go-kart driver, that's relevant to the case?
I believe some of that was minimized.
Right. So my point is, if it's a 50-minute call, that doesn't mean the 50 minutes are about this case, right?
No, all 50 minutes of it? No, ma'am.
Okay, so we may have heard 2 minutes in some of these calls that say they're lengthy.
Correct.
I mean, some of the calls we listen to completely, 10-minute calls, 15-minute calls, we listen to those entirely, right?
Some of them we did, yes.
Okay, but most of them we're looking at segments, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So where it says the duration of the call, you're not saying that the duration is they've spoken on the phone about this case for that period of time?
No, ma'am, not at all.
Okay. I know I'm going to get this wrong because I get things wrong. So I'm not going to pronounce this right. I can't remember if it's Jeffrey Lacasse, or something?
I say Lacasse, but
Okay,
I don't know
Lacasse.
either.
All right. Was he a person of interest?
I didn't deal with Mr. Lacasse. I never interviewed him. I had no real dealings with him, so.
As far as your knowledge in the investigation, was he a person of interest?
At some point, I'm sure he was.
Okay. Wendi Adelson, in her interview, didn't actually offer up Jeff Lacasse as a suspect, did she?
I don't know what you mean, offer him up as a suspect.
Well, when law enforcement's asking her who could have done this, she doesn't say, oh, I've got this ex-boyfriend, Jeff Lacasse, and he probably did it. She doesn't say that, does she?
I don't believe so.
In fact, she has a friend come into the interview room with her. You recall that?
Not really.
You don't?
No.
Okay, that's okay. We'll get him to play it. You recall that it's that friend who says Jeff Lacasse?
I don't.
That's okay.
Sorry.
We'll play it. How many witnesses do you think you interviewed?
Witnesses?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure. I couldn't even.
Hundreds?
No, not hundreds. No.
Less than 50?
Less than 50.
25?
Witnesses? Yeah, definitely less than 25.
Okay. And what about persons of interest? How many did you interview?
Me personally,
Yes, sir.
just a handful.
Handful. There was a call, RR, and there's so many calls, that's not going to ring a bell to you, I'm sure. I'm not even sure if looking at your summary, it's going to ring a bell. but you were here when the calls were played, obviously.
Yes, ma'am.
And call RR is on April the 29th of 2016 between Katherine Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. It says the duration is 10 minutes and 20 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall that there was a call played, a recording played yesterday, where they're talking and there are some pretty inappropriate comments about her breasts? That's not how he or she referred to them, but you remember that call?
I do.
And at that time, Katherine Magbanua is going into Charlie Adelson's garage. You recall that?
I do.
Do you remember him telling her to take off her shirt so that she would know how to get into the garage?
Yes, ma'am.
And you know from in your investigation, the reference for that is she has a tattoo on her ribs that is 1214, and that happens to be his garage code, correct?
That's what I've been told. I haven't seen it.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the information that was obtained in these recorded calls was used in your investigation to determine if you're moving forward on a person or not? Is that fair to say?
That was a piece of it.
Okay.
Yes.
It was. Okay. Charlie Adelson, in the Dolce Vita recording, that was played with you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's where Katie and Charlie are meeting at a restaurant, right?
Correct.
April 20th of 2016.
Yes, ma'am. Sounds right.
And in addition to a recording inside the restaurant where they're talking, I guess there's some pictures also, right?
Inside the restaurant?
Outside the restaurant, they take pictures.
Outside the restaurant when they were on the sidewalk, yes, ma'am.
That's before or after they go inside?
After.
Okay, so they go inside and they're there for an extended period of time, is that fair to say?
Correct.
And there's one or more agent or officer of some sort in there with concealed recording devices trying to capture their conversation, right?
Correct.
And you recall that in Dolce Vita, Charlie tells Katie, "Trust me, I'll keep you full time, so you're gonna get your checks." He says that, doesn't he?
I believe he did, yes.
And you considered that as part of your investigation?
Considered that statement?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay. Okay, so we've had the agencies that have helped in some way, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And TPD was responsible for reviewing the emails. Who was responsible for listening to the calls?
TPD was monitoring the calls. They had officers assigned to shifts,
Okay.
monitoring the calls
And they
live.
did- Live, they did it around the clock, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And
Well,
it-
I don't recall doing a night shift, a late night shift, but we could have, I don't remember.
Okay, many hours a
9
day.
years
They're
ago.
listening in on all the phone calls of Magbanua and Charlie Adelson. Is that
Yes,
fair to
ma'am.
say? Okay.
Correct.
And these people who are listening in, how are they getting the information to the investigators on the case when they hear something that they think is relevant? How does that process work?
There's different ways. Sometimes they would call us directly. Sometimes myself or investigator Isom would be in there, or other people on the squad would be in there, or they would relay the information through different means.
Okay, and you say in there, you mean actually in there where they're listening to the call?
In the wire room, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you actually listening in on the calls as well?
No, ma'am. I was mostly in South Florida.
Okay.
During a lot of the wire.
Okay.
I would go in there and review calls, because we can go in there and they would mark them pertinent, what was pertinent, non-pertinent. So we would have to go in and listen to calls that had already been made and recorded, and that's where we would have to go to listen to them.
Okay, when you say mark permanent, what did you say?
Pertinent.
Pertinent, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Pertinent or not pertinent? You said they're marked that way. Did you get some kind of printout or something that showed you that?
There's a database, computer database, that we could go in and log in and see these calls listed. Yes,
And-
ma'am.
And so yourself and Isom and maybe others had access to go in and listen, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. If there was something really urgent, is somebody letting you know that right away?
Yes, usually. We left them instructions
Okay.
to do that.
And
Yes.
something urgent would be, oh my goodness, somebody's meeting up, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so the resources that you had in South Florida at the time, including yourself, is some of these people are going to be meeting up. We need to go see what we can capture. Is that right?
There was a short period after the bump that we did that, not throughout a long period of time, of course.
Sure, right. Okay. During the bump that's going on, that I'm referring to the bump as not just the day they meet on the street, but that period of time where you have the wire live down there, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and during that period of time, yourself, you were there. Were there other people on standby to assist you,
There were. I had some other FBI agents that are assigned to Miami Division that were assisting me.
including the individuals who went in and did the recordings? Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you were there for some of them. Which ones were you there for?
For some of what?
The meetings that were recorded.
I was there for the bump. I was there for the next day meeting with Mrs. Adelson and Mr. Charlie Adelson when they met on the boardwalk. I was there, I was in South Florida the whole time. Whether I was physically at the meeting, it's hard to say. I was outside of Dolce Vita. I did not go in because I had already been close to Mr. Adelson and Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson the day that they met on the boardwalk. I was pretty close to them, so I wasn't sure if they noticed me or not. So I didn't go back in and get close to them again after that. So I did not go into Dolce Vita. I did not go into Matsuri. I was outside, but not inside the restaurants.
Okay. And when you said you'd already been close to them, you mean in proximity, not that they were aware of you and what your job was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And also in this case, there was use of, I guess, firearms experts? Was that at FDLE?
That would have been FDLE.
And the purpose of that in the investigation was to determine if both of the projectiles came from the same weapon, right?
I don't believe we had that examination done.
That's okay. If you don't recall it, we'll
'Cause we
talk about that
didn't-
from somebody else. Yes,
We
sir.
didn't recover the weapon, so we did not have a
You
weapon
didn't
to
have the weapon,
compare.
right?
Right, to
But
compare.
you can compare two projectiles from the markings on them to see if they came from the
You
same
could.
weapon. Okay.
Correct.
All right. And you said you had surveillance videos from the gym?
From Premier Gym, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where else did you have surveillance video footage?
Of which point?
Any point in this
The
investigation?
whole investigation?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wow. I know we had some traffic cameras from the time of his drive.
You're talking about when?
Mr. Markel was driving the kids to the daycare.
Right.
And when he was driving to the gym.
Okay.
We had bus surveillance video.
Okay.
And you referred to surveillance video. We had some surveillance video of inside Dolce Vita, along with the recording. We had some recordings of when they came out of Dolce Vita. That's all I can recall right now. I'm sure there's probably more.
Probably more? Okay.
Possibly.
Okay.
Oh, surveillance video from the bank when I located Mr. Rivera and Mr. Garcia going to the bank immediately following the homicide on the way back from Tallahassee. They stopped at a bank and an ATM.
Right.
I got surveillance video from that ATM.
Right. Let me ask you this. The co-conspirators is how I refer to them, the co-conspirators that have been tried and convicted. The first question is, were they followed prior to their arrests?
Which ones specifically?
Any of the ones that have been tried and convicted?
Followed prior to their arrest?
Yes.
Like the day of their arrest or
No,
any
before-
time?
Any time before that.
Yes, Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, I had electronic video surveillance on their residence.
That means somebody's there watching their residence?
No, ma'am.
How do you get that then?
We use cameras.
Cameras.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't want you to.
And we also did some surveillance on Katherine Magbanua when she went to go meet Charlie Adelson to pick up checks before the bump. we did surveillance on her then.
How did you know she was going to pick up checks?
We were already up on the wire that
Okay.
week prior, and that's the photo that was shown to me earlier in the trial of her getting out of the black car and getting into Charlie's car.
That was for picking up checks.
Yes, ma'am.
The check she picked up came from Charlie Adelson.
Well, he gave her the check that day,
Okay.
correct.
Pretty incredible that you were able to determine the vehicle and find it throughout Tallahassee on bus cameras? Is that what you used? You said you used?
That wasn't me particularly, that was TPD.
It was
TPD
used
did a
in the
great
invest-
job. They
Yeah.
did a great job of going back with the timeline of the neighbor and everything, and once they saw the video at premiere and were able to see the vehicle there, they knew the time frames, and they went back and got all the video. They did an outstanding job on that.
Yeah. The people that were conducting surveillance, if you will, on the co-conspirators who've been charged, were they with the FBI, your folks, or were they with a different agency?
The one that I just spoke about with Charlie and Katie, they were FBI personnel doing that surveillance. The video surveillance I did through the FBI.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe all the ones in South Florida were probably all FBI.
In addition to the people who've been convicted of this offense, was my client, Donna Adelson, did someone watch her comings and goings at any point?
Yes.
And when was that?
Leading up to the bump, I had FBI personnel doing surveillance to get a pattern of life so we could find out where she was going, so we could come up with an idea of where to conduct a bump at.
Okay, and that was where she would be outside walking? Is that fair?
Correct. When she went to go pick up Mr. Markel's children from preschool, we were able to determine what time she left out of there, and it was a consistent time every day that she went to go pick the children up from school. So we determined that was a good time to set up the operation because we had a known time when that was going to occur.
Right, and was she followed in her vehicle, places that she traveled to?
I don't recall exactly if she was followed in her vehicle. It's possible, though, during that time period, trying to get a pattern of life.
In determining this pattern of life, where she walks her grandchildren to the school before school starts and then walks back to pick them up, were you present for observing that?
Not on those days. On the day of the bump, I was.
Okay. But you got that information from whoever in the FBI was doing the surveillance, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the live surveillance, the recordings that you've had, folks have been retained to do an enhancement of some of those things, correct?
That's correct.
So if the recording doesn't sound real clear from what you obtained in your equipment when you went in, an enhancement means that you basically block out some of the outside noise, if you will, and then you can hear the voice of the person speaking that you want to hear. You can hear them more clearly. Is that correct?
It's a clarification, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to all of the things we've talked about, cell phones were recovered in this case by law enforcement, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And some computers as well, correct?
Correct.
And those were searched, right?
As far as I know, yes.
You didn't participate in that part.
No, ma'am.
But you're aware in the investigation that material that has been used in prosecuting these individuals came from those phones and computers, right?
I am.
Okay. Now, you never got a wiretap on Donna Adelson's phone, correct?
No, ma'am.
And 1 year into it, you decided that did she move from a person of interest to a suspect? I don't remember how you worded it.
Yes, ma'am. Once I identified Sigfredo Garcia as being in Tallahassee the day of the murder at the gym, and identified Luis Rivera, we were able to go back and get phone records, and that's when I was able to link back to the Adelson family.
Okay. And you've testified on direct when each person was arrested I guess it would have been Garcia first, and then Rivera was already incarcerated, right?
That's correct. We still visited him, and he was, I can't remember if it was a complaint or an indictment, but he was still indicted under this case.
He was indicted, okay. But at the time he was indicted, he was serving a prison sentence in federal prison, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. He was in Coleman FCI at the time.
And his sentence for his federal case was what?
I believe it was 12 years, if I'm not mistaken, but it's been a while.
Okay. And in this case, he assisted law enforcement. We've heard testimony of that. You're aware of that?
Eventually he did, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and his assistance was taking you places, explaining things, is that fair to say?
Yes, ma'am. We drove him around Tallahassee and let him explain things, and then we drove him down to South Florida looking for the weapon.
Down to South Florida looking for the weapon. That's where you thought the weapon was?
Yes, ma'am. That's where he told us that they ditched the weapon, was on the way to South Florida. It was along the road on the way to South Florida when they threw the weapon in the river.
And whereabouts, do you recall, whereabouts was that between Tallahassee and where they went to when the homicide was over in South Florida?
Where he said he dumped the weapon?
Yes, where did you...
Yes, ma'am. It was in Tampa, outside of Tampa.
Okay.
We finally identified a bridge that he thought looked like the bridge that him and Sigfredo actually threw the gun away, but he was driving.
But you didn't locate it?
No, ma'am. We did extensive searches for the weapon.
He told you what kind of gun was used, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that gun? What type?
It was a .38. I don't remember if it was Smith & Wesson, but it's been a while.
It was a revolver, right?
It was a revolver, yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
You recall that in around June of 2016, so after this bump period and the ending of the wiretap, that the probable cause in this case, it was leaked out, wasn't it?
That's what I was told.
And TPD actually held a press conference, right?
They did hold a press conference at some point, yes.
And the Adelson family, according to what TPD said and those probable cause affidavit, the Adelson family were announced as being considered as suspects, right?
I don't believe they talked about that at the press conference at all. I think they just, at the press conference, what I remember is him just announcing Sigfredo Garcia's arrest. But that's what I recall, but it's been 9 years ago.
Sure, and it's mentioned in the probable cause too, right?
It was mentioned in the probable cause, yes, ma'am. And that's not the press conference, though.
Yeah, I made a mistake. I asked a compound question. I included them both, and obviously the first thing I said was the press conference, and that's what you picked up on. So that's my fault.
Okay, no problem.
Okay. Now, from the time that Mr. Markel was murdered to the time that Donna Adelson was arrested, fair to say she lived a pretty routine life, right?
I don't know what her routine life is, but I couldn't disagree with that.
Well, during your investigation, you learned that she worked at the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
You learned that Harvey Adelson, her husband of now 54 years, did general dentistry there, right?
That's correct.
You learned that Charlie Adelson was a periodontist and worked some out of the Adelson Institute, but he also did, I guess it's dental surgery. I'm not real familiar with it, but basically he did dental surgery for many different doctors, right?
I believe it was periodontal work, but yes.
Yeah.
He traveled around and did, yeah.
I'm
as a
sorry if I
periodontist.
misspoke. I thought surgery was the periodontist. but
I don't know either.
Whatever. He was a specialist, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And he did that work for several different dentists, correct?
He did. He traveled around in different offices and worked out of other people's offices.
Okay.
Is what he did.
And a lot of the calls that he made to his mother that you've listened to, he's talking to her between these appointments, right?
He is.
Okay.
During appointments sometimes too, it sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, it did, didn't it? Okay. During this time period from your investigation, you're aware that after Mr. Markel was murdered, until the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, she and her husband left the United States several times to travel, right?
They did.
And they returned each time, right?
They did.
Okay. Back in 2019 is when the iMessage outside your house was obtained during the course of this investigation, right?
I don't know the date.
Somebody else does. But, well, I'll have to ask somebody else that. Now, on these calls that you're listening to, you're hearing what the parties are saying to each other, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're not hearing any of the conversations, unless you've recorded them, of what they speak about before that, right?
I'm sorry, can you
Yeah,
re-ask that
sure.
question?
I mean, it's clear in these recorded phone calls that these folks are talking in person sometimes.
Correct.
They're talking about lots of issues that are recorded, but they speak outside of these recorded calls that you have.
That's correct.
So you're not privy to that if you haven't recorded it.
That's fair.
So when they're having these conversations, there are things in their mind that you're not aware of.
That's possible, yes.
Okay. Now, all of these calls that have been played here today, they were considered as one of the pieces of your investigation, right?
One of the pieces.
Sure.
Correct.
So on call S, when Charlie says to his mother, you didn't do anything to anybody, you don't know anything, you considered that,
Yes, ma'am, we considered it.
okay? And on these calls where Charlie Adelson is talking to his mother, you would agree that at least the majority of the conversation comes from Charlie, right?
I would agree with that, yes.
Sometimes the overwhelming majority of the conversation. Is that fair to say?
Sometimes, yes.
And there are times that Mrs. Adelson is talking to Charlie on the phone and she says, we'll meet up and talk about it. I'm not going to talk about it on the phone with you, right?
Yes, she does.
And you don't know where she got the idea from of why it is she's not going to talk about it on the phone, do you?
Do I know?
From your investigation, have you gotten evidence to show why it is she's saying those things?
Through my investigation,
Do you have evidence?
okay. Do I have evidence? No.
Okay. Now, Katherine Magbanua, well, Sigfredo went to trial and he was convicted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And Luis Rivera, after he was indicted, or before he was indicted, he cooperated with law enforcement, correct?
That's incorrect.
After he was indicted?
It was well after he's indicted.
Okay, sorry, I got the timeline wrong. So
It's
well
fine.
after he's indicted on the charges, he decides he's going to cooperate, right?
Yes, it was a few months later.
Okay, and he had a 12-year sentence with the federal prison, right?
He already had that, yes, ma'am.
Right, based on federal charges, right?
Correct.
And he got a sentence for his role in this case for a period of 19 years, correct?
Correct.
But that was to be served concurrently, meaning at the same time with the sentence that he had on his federal case, right?
I believe so.
So the additional time that he got for this homicide is 7 years, correct?
That sounds correct.
And Mr. Garcia is the first one to be tried and convicted, right?
He's the first one that was convicted.
Okay,
He was tried together.
Right. But that first trial of him, he's convicted, right?
Correct.
And he's sentenced to life in prison.
Correct.
And then Katherine Magbanua has a trial, and she's convicted, correct?
Correct.
And she's sentenced to life in prison, right?
Correct.
And Charlie Adelson is, so we've got the first three, life in prison except for Luis Rivera, who gets basically an additional 7 years, right?
Correct.
Then you get to Charlie Adelson, and he's arrested, right?
Correct.
And he has a trial, correct?
Correct.
And his defense, if you will, I mean, you were there for that trial, right?
I was there for my part of the trial. I was not allowed to be in the courtroom during the rest of the testimony.
Was there at any point during the course of Mr. Charlie Adelson going to trial, getting convicted, and thereafter that you learned that his defense was that he was being extorted.
Yes, I did.
You heard that.
Yes, ma'am.
But he got convicted, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was sentenced to life in prison.
That's correct.
Okay. So then comes Katherine Magbanua after she's been convicted, and she's in prison for life, right?
Correct.
The testimony is that she gave a proffer to law enforcement, right?
Correct.
She actually gave 2 proffers first, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when she gave those proffers, she gave information about what she says happened, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's hoping, she's giving this cooperation because she's not promised anything, but hoping, as she's testified, that someday she'll see her kids, so she won't actually have to serve a life sentence. That's fair to say, right?
I don't know that for a fact, but I would assume that's correct.
Okay, and when she gives these 2 proffers, it's before she testifies against Charlie Adelson, right?
Correct.
And the first proffer that she gives is a little bit different than the story she told in 2 different trials so far, Sigfredo Garcia's and then herself, right?
I would agree with that.
She changes some information.
I don't know if she changes information. She has more information as time goes on because I believe she was minimizing the first 2 proffers, which is very, very common for defendants to do. They minimize their role in actual crimes.
Right, so when she testifies in Sigfredo Garcia's trial and then in her trial, basically...
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I misunderstood what you said
didn't
about which trial.
No, I'm sorry. I can't speak over you, and I talk way too fast because the court reporter can only get one of us, so I apologize for that. It's not intentional.
I thought you said the proffer.
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Okay.
So I'm changing now.
Okay.
So
okay.
she, basically, when she testifies in those first 2 trials, she didn't just minimize, she didn't have involvement.
Right.
That's
She
what
lied in the first 2 trials.
She lied, straight
Yes.
up.
Correct.
Okay. And then she gives this first proffer, and she's not being completely honest there either, is she?
She's not being fully forthcoming,
Okay.
is the way I describe it.
All right, and you're in that interview.
Yes, ma'am.
And who else is in there with her?
Jason Newlin, Investigator State Attorney's Office, and Sherry Bennett with the Tallahassee Police Department.
Okay, all right. And when you all are in there interviewing her the first time, she's not being forthcoming, and you're asking her questions, aren't you?
Correct.
And you know she's not being forthcoming because of other things you obtained in the investigation and the convictions that you've had, right?
I feel like she's holding back her involvement.
And
Correct.
at some point in that first proffer, you got so frustrated you just got up and walked out, didn't you?
I left the room. I didn't walk out. We left the room to let her think about it. It's a strategic process to have them think about it and reconsider them not being totally honest with us. So it wasn't that I was walking out done with her.
No, you weren't done because she came back and then she gave another proffer.
Correct.
Right. And from the first proffer that she gave to the second proffer that she gave, she tells more, right?
She does.
Okay. And then she gets to Charlie Adelson's trial, and by the time she gets there, she's got more information even she testifies to, right?
I would agree with that.
Okay. So she wasn't honest in her first testimony at her trial, right?
In her trial, correct.
Well, she testified twice. There were 2 trials she testified in first.
Correct. Her trials, she lied in her first 2 trials. Absolutely.
Okay, and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her first proffer,
Correct.
and she wasn't completely forthcoming in her second proffer.
Correct.
And she comes into the third trial the third trial is Charlie Adelson, and she provides additional information, which means she wasn't forthcoming before, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then she's been here in trial. Are you aware that she's testified here?
I'm aware she was here, but I know nothing about it.
Right, because you're under a rule that you can't talk about the case, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Are you real familiar with all of the testimony and proffers that she's given in this case?
No.
You're not?
Not real familiar?
Yeah.
I can't say I'm real familiar. Depends on what it is, I guess.
Are you real familiar with what she testified to in Charlie's trial?
I don't know if I can say I'm real familiar with it.
That's okay. We'll get that information and get it to the jury. just one moment, I left something on my table. There was some testimony about Mrs. Adelson making arrangements to take a trip to Vietnam. You've testified about that, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're familiar at least with what happened during that course of the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, you were intimately involved in her time period where she speaks to Charlie on the phone, and we call it the dropped call that's been played here today, where she can tell Charlie's not on the line anymore, but for some reason it continues to record, right?
Right.
Okay.
I was only familiar with that Friday. It was like 5 days after the call was made is when I was made aware of that call.
Okay, and you were made aware of it on that Friday.
Correct.
You had an opportunity to listen to the call.
Yes, ma'am.
And you discussed it with the investigator at the state attorney's office.
Yes, ma'am.
Anybody else in the investigation that you spoke to that about that you can recall?
Not that I recall.
That's on Friday, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So you have the information from that call on Friday, and at what point do you learn that she is getting a ticket?
Monday morning.
Monday morning, the date of the flight.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that right? Where were you at?
When I found out that she was flying,
Yes, sir.
I was at home.
At home, here in Tallahassee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right. I'm not gonna ask you where that is.
Thank you.
So you're at home in Tallahassee, and how did you find out about she got a flight?
I got a call from a contact that I had reached out to, and he checked again Monday. He's the same one that checked to see if there was anything on record of flights being purchased, and he called me Monday morning, said he checked again and saw that there was a flight going to Vietnam.
Okay, so this was a contact that you had that was looking to see if she was booking flights. Is that right?
No, ma'am, it's not that. It's a government agency that shows people traveling overseas. They were able to check a database to see if there had been anything that was traveling overseas.
Okay, so they were checking to see if she had arranged a flight to go overseas.
Correct.
Okay, and you learned about the call on Friday. When did this start that they were checking to see if she had booked flights to go overseas?
Friday.
And you were concerned about her getting a flight to go overseas based on what was learned in the conversation that was recorded that she was not aware about, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you start looking and you find out, or you don't look, I'm sorry, your contact notifies you Monday morning that she's booked a flight. She's going out of town.
Correct.
At that point, you knew it was Vietnam.
Yes, ma'am.
And you knew that there's not a treaty, I guess. There's not a, extradition happens in different ways, correct?
That's correct.
So some countries like Vietnam say that they don't automatically extradite, correct?
Correct. It's much
But-
more difficult.
Right, but they do extradite, correct?
In certain cases, they do, yes.
Right. It's kind of a case-by-case thing.
It is.
And one of the things that they happen to extradite for is murder, right?
I don't know that.
You don't know that? You
I'm
didn't
not sure.
investigate that?
I didn't investigate that, no.
Okay. So she's booked this flight and she's going to Vietnam. When did you find out that it was a one-way ticket?
I don't recall.
Don't
It
recall?
it could have been that morning, it could have been later in the day, I'm not sure.
Okay. Before the date that you listened to this call, there was never a warrant obtained to arrest Donna Adelson, was there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And all you know about leaving town comes from the phone call and your source who tells you that they've booked a flight, right?
That's correct.
You don't have any idea, besides that phone call, what the conversations are that are going on about this trip to Vietnam, do you?
Outside of that, at that point, no, ma'am.
Okay. Any plans that they have actually made for a return without a return ticket at that point, you don't know about.
No, I could not find anything. No, ma'am.
You don't know what they were planning to do.
No.
But you did learn at some point in this investigation, before we sit here today, that they actually had the plan to return because one of their grandsons, one of Mr. Markel's children, had a scheduled bar mitzvah, and they were coming back for that, right?
I had heard that. I don't know.
You heard it. And you have suspicion, I guess, that they weren't going to return because this one-way ticket was purchased, right?
Are you asking my opinion?
I'm asking if you believed at the time that you decided to assist in getting a warrant for her to be arrested, did you, as a professional in this investigation, come to a conclusion that we needed to get a warrant because she has a one-way ticket?
It's not my decision to get a warrant. I
Did
was
you
not
give input?
involved in the process of getting a warrant.
You were not involved in that?
No, ma'am.
So you weren't involved in coming to the decision that a warrant needed to be obtained because she was going to leave the country?
No, ma'am, that's not my decision to make. That's the prosecution's decision.
I didn't ask you if it was your decision. I said you didn't participate in it.
It depends on what you mean by participate.
You
I
told me.
drove to Miami to participate. Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any communication with any investigation agency in this case about the fact there was a one-way ticket to a country that doesn't extradite and something probably needs to be done?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I mean, because you got on the road then and went to Miami, right?
I did, just in case. Yes, ma'am.
Just in case you traveled.
No, just in case they got a warrant.
Just in case they got a warrant. But up to that point, there was no warrant.
That is correct.
From the date that Mr. Markel was murdered, all of the investigation that took place, right?
Yes,
Hundreds of thousands of emails, right?
correct.
Some of them she says bad things about Danny Markel and sometimes other people, right?
Sure.
And you've got all of that. You've got all of the call detail records, right?
Correct.
No warrant.
No, ma'am.
And she's been watched. She's been monitored. No warrant.
Yes, ma'am. No warrant.
You got her on recorded calls in 2016 saying what she said. No warrant.
That's correct.
You got a text message where she says outside your house. No warrant.
Correct.
You got Katherine Magbanua who's come through her line and not being completely truthful, and no warrant.
Yes.
And it's not until the time that she has this trip that she's going out of the country that a warrant is obtained.
That's correct.
At the time that she started planning that she was going to go out of town, there was no warrant.
Correct.
You were aware that she was getting a visa. You all knew that.
Correct.
There was no warrant at that time.
That's correct.
Without a warrant, she's free to travel.
That's correct.
And when you're aware in the investigation that she actually spoke to her attorney, and it was even on one of the recorded calls, it's okay to travel.
That's
right?
correct. Yes.
No warrant.
Yes.
And you're aware as part of the investigation that someone else actually called the state attorney's office on the day that she traveled, spoke to Jason Newlin, and asked the question because they were concerned about them leaving the country. And Jason Newlin at the state attorney's office said, there's no warrant. She's free to travel.
I'm not aware of that one.
You've never learned that in the investigation?
Not that I'm aware of.
Sorry, I thought you knew that. In one of the calls, because you considered all of them, at least pieces of them, Charlie Adelson says to him, his mother, and that's call G, "You've never hurt or threatened anybody." And she says, "I know."
Yes.
You at least considered that, right?
Sure.
So now they've packed their bags and there was no warrant, and they've made their reservation with no warrant, correct?
Correct.
What caused you to leave Tallahassee on the day of their flight to go to Miami? Because there was no warrant.
Because they told me they were considering it.
Who's they?
The state attorney's office.
They were considering getting it done.
Yes.
And you weren't going to wait to see if they were going to do it or not. You just got in your car and headed to Miami.
That's correct, because if I waited, I would get there after she was gone.
Waited to see if they made up a decision, or waited to see if it was approved?
If they made a decision.
So what time did you leave Tallahassee to go to Miami?
It's probably 9 o'clock maybe in the morning.
Okay. And what time did you arrive in Miami?
Around 6, 6:30, somewhere around there.
It's normally an 8-hour drive, but maybe you stopped somewhere?
I'm sure I did.
Stop and get gas?
Definitely,
Maybe something to eat?
possibly.
Okay. So when you drive from Tallahassee to Miami, where did you go to?
When I got to Miami,
Yes, sir. I'm
went to
sorry.
the
That was a-
airport.
That was a very open-ended, I wasn't asking from Tallahassee, obviously, but you were alert, so you understood.
Got to Miami Airport.
That's where you went to when you got to Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
That's the first place you went?
It is.
Okay, and when you got there, had you been communicating on your trip with anyone at the state attorney's office to see if they had decided if they were gonna get a warrant?
Yes.
And about what time did you learn they were gonna get a warrant?
That they were going to get a warrant or they got the warrant.
That they were gonna try and get one? That decision when they decided that they were gonna get a warrant, did you discuss it?
From my recollection, was around probably 3 o'clock, 3 or 4 o'clock,
When they obtained it or when they decided?
when they decided.
Okay, so at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the state attorney's office decides we're gonna get a warrant, right?
I believe so. They were still pushing through to see if they were going to get a warrant, but that was the decision, I thought, at that point.
Okay, around 3 o'clock, so you're still traveling at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Not actually there?
No.
Okay. And, they noted someone calls you, I guess?
I don't recall. It was either one of the two, yeah. Either calling me or I called them.
Okay, so there was a phone communication?
There was.
You recall who spoke to?
Investigator Newlin, I'm sure.
Okay, all right, so he says we've decided we're gonna try and get a warrant.
I believe so.
So you keep going, and when you get to the airport in Miami, where did you go to when you got to the airport? Obviously you went inside, but where'd you go to?
I went to the front and met with an agent that I've been speaking with.
So
who worked there.
An agent from the FBI?
There's an FBI agent that's assigned to the airport. I'd already reached out and found out who he was and talked to him, and just to find out if he was going to be able to assist, to get the local police to assist.
Okay. And you spoke to him ahead of time, so when you got there, he's the first person you met with?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and everything was in order then?
I don't know about in order, but he was in communication with the airport police.
Okay. And did you relay to him that we are potentially getting a warrant on someone who has a flight? We are going to be here. There's going to be an FBI presence at the airport.
I don't know if I relayed those exact. I said there's going to be somebody we're trying to get a warrant for, but yes,
Yeah.
this is happening. This is where we're at with it, yes.
You have been an investigator for many number of years, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So I haven't, and I'm sure my choice of words isn't necessarily going to be yours, but at the end of the day, that's what you had told him.
Pretty much, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in addition to you as an FBI agent being there at the airport, from the time you got there through the time that Mrs. Adelson was arrested, what other agencies were present and assisting?
Just the Miami, I believe it's the Miami-Dade Sheriff's Department, who have officers that are assigned there. We did talk to, I didn't talk to him, the other FBI agent talked to him, but I believe it was the U.S. Customs enforcement officers. They're plain clothes that work at the airport. I think they were there also.
At some point in that process, from your arrival to the time that she's arrested, did they assist you?
They did. They approached her on the jet bridge.
The U.S. Customs?
I believe they were U.S. Customs.
Have just 1 second, please. the time that you left Tallahassee to go to Miami, were you aware that Donna Adelson's attorney had spoken to the state attorney's office about her ability to travel because there was no warrant?
No, it was not.
Were you aware that as part of this investigation, Mrs. Adelson's attorney was told that if they should get a warrant, that she'd be allowed to turn herself in?
Sustained.
Okay, might have lost my train of thought. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Agent, special agent,
Either or.
titles don't matter to you?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Sanford, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification purposes of Defense Exhibit 60. Would you look at that for a moment before I ask you questions and just kind of review it?
Okay.
Have you seen that document before?
I believe so.
And that's Mrs. Adelson, meaning Donna Adelson's visa to travel to Vietnam, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to get out of your space so you can have your own space and I'll ask you questions.
Okay.
Now, you would agree that's the visa that she obtained to go to Vietnam, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it was good for entry, valid, now some of it's in Vietnamese, and I don't know Vietnamese, you may.
No,
but
ma'am.
it has it in English, the same information right near the Vietnamese language. Do you see that?
Correct. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
And the visa was good for entry, valid from November the 13th, 2023, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and it was good until November the 2nd of 2024, right?
If the dates are read right, I would call that February 11th of 2024.
You know what? I forgot that they do it backwards. They don't have them in the same date order. I'm glad you pointed that out to me. So it was until February the 2nd
Yes, ma'am.
of 2024. And that's the 90 days, I guess, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Because it was a 90-day visa.
Correct.
And according to the visa, it was issued for the purposes of tourism, right? If you kind of go down.
Yes, ma'am. I see it now.
Okay,
Yes,
so it was for
tourism. Yes, ma'am.
tourism, right?
Correct.
And the visa was issued, it said it was good for single/multiple entries, right? That's up near the top.
Top. Good for single/multiple entries. Yes, ma'am.
And what that means is it's not that she can travel to Vietnam and once she leaves, she can't come back, right? It means that she can come and go from Vietnam, right?
I'm not sure if that's what that means or not. I don't know.
You're not familiar with that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach? Thank you.
You're welcome.
So when you get to the airport and you spoke to the FBI agent there, what did you do next?
Tried to find out what terminal they were at, that they were flying out of, and trying to get to that area. It's a pretty big airport, so we tried to move to that area.
Okay. When you say we, it's this group that you've talked about, someone from the sheriff's office, someone from customs, and yourself?
Probably, there might have been 3 of us, so we had to go through security, so that's a lengthy process to get through security to go back.
Sure. And at some point you got to the gate where they were gonna be?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you sit down somewhere?
No, I don't believe I sat down.
Did anybody else sit down?
I don't recall.
So you all just kind of stood up around the area of the gate where they were gonna leave?
I believe so.
Okay, and you knew what Donna Adelson looked like, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You knew what her husband looked like, Harvey, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you're there, you're gonna obviously recognize them if they're in the general vicinity of the gate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at some point, you saw them?
Correct.
Okay. I forgot to ask you this, so the warrant was actually obtained somewhere between 5 and 6, well, let me say it this way, it was obtained around 5, it was entered, but you learned about it around 6 o'clock, I think you previously said.
I believe so. About the time I was getting to the airport is when I found out it was obtained.
Okay, and when you travel back to where the gate is and you all go together, you said you didn't sit. Where were you with respect to the jetway?
We were down a little ways. It's hard to describe how it's set up. There's different gates, and we were across and there's a middle section too, so we were on the back side. I didn't know if they knew what I looked like. I figured they did because they had seen trials, and we knew that they watched the trials, so I figured they knew what I looked like, so I stayed away.
Did you stay away from the other folks who were participating, like off by yourself?
No, not necessarily.
All kind of together?
A couple of us were together.
Okay, I don't do a lot of travel, so you feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but when I have gone on an airplane, was this airport like, you get into a section, I forget what they call them, like the gates are at like different concourses, right?
It was a terminal.
Terminal.
It was a concourse. Yeah, either way.
Okay, either way, so a terminal. And when you walk down the terminal, are you describing that basically there's a walkway down to the end of the terminal, right? Like a kind of a middle row, if you will.
To the terminal where they're going to get on the plane, you mean?
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know the terminology, but
I'm
when
not
you're
sure.
walking down towards the gate, there will be gates on one side and gates on the opposite
Correct,
side. Okay,
correct.
all right.
And
Sorry
there
about
is
that.
there's some other structures in the middle of this airport, in between the gates. So you had some walls, you had some little stores. So it wasn't just like a big open concourse.
Right.
Okay.
Little food shops along the way and
Sure.
magazines and all that kind of stuff.
Yes.
But the layout is basically you've got a walkway with gates on each side.
Correct.
Okay, and so I just want to make sure I understood your testimony. Their gate would have been on the left or the right? If you don't remember, it doesn't
recall.
matter.
I don't recall.
You don't recall. But your testimony is you kind of went opposite of where their gate was, where you could monitor them, but not be where they could see you necessarily.
Pretty much, yes. I wasn't really monitoring them. Somebody else was.
Okay, did you see them?
I did.
Okay, and when you saw them, were they seated, waiting for the flight?
I believe so.
I mean, the flight.
Seated or standing, one of the two. But they were amongst the other passengers waiting to get on the plane in that area.
Okay, the flight wasn't scheduled to take off until 8:10 p.m., right?
That sounds correct.
Okay, so you were there for a couple of hours and the warrant's issued, correct?
No, I didn't get there till about 6:30. So that's when I first arrived at the airport. By the time I got back there, they were pretty close to, by the time I got through security, got everything, got back there, it was pretty close to boarding time.
Pretty close to boarding time?
Yes, ma'am.
But you saw them?
I did.
And were the other people who were participating, were they aware of what Mrs. Adelson looked like and her husband?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They were at this point.
Okay. Was everybody in plain clothes?
Not everybody.
Who was not in plain clothes?
The uniform officers from
And-
Miami-Dade.
Was the officer standing with you all?
I believe he might have been. One of them was.
Okay. You pretty sure from where you are that she would not have been able to see this group of men, one of them with, I guess, insignia and gun and belt and all that? You're pretty sure that they wouldn't have been able to see?
Absolutely. Yeah, there was no way they could see us where we were standing.
Okay. How long did you observe them before they started boarding the flight?
Guesstimating maybe 20 minutes.
And what do you recall them having with them?
Some small carry-on items, I don't recall.
Okay. And they were dressed in normal clothes, right?
Correct.
They weren't disguised in any way?
No.
No wigs, hats, glasses?
Nope.
Okay. I'm sorry, what was your answer? How long you were there? You saw him for how long?
Maybe 20 minutes, I don't recall.
Okay.
Could have been longer.
Did you all travel to that vicinity together?
All of us?
Yes, sir.
No, I believe it was me and me and maybe the uniform officers. I think the customs officers were already there
Okay.
before we got there.
Okay.
There was only
were-
like 3 or 4 of us that walked together down there.
So somebody was already at the gate? Is that what
I
you're
believe
saying?
so, yes ma'am.
Okay, all right, so they had a couple of carry-on bags, right?
Yes ma'am.
And I might get the terminology wrong again, but when you go, when they call you up and say, okay, you know, sections, whatever, you can board the flight. Old people, babies, all that stuff, right? They have different calling periods. Is that fair to
Sure.
say? Okay. So they started calling boarding for the flight. At some point, Mrs. Adelson and her husband got in the line to board the flight. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you observed that, right?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. And they got in the line, and then they, at some point, I don't know what it's called, but they have to show their phone ticket or a physical ticket to somebody to make sure they can go on, right?
I think they scan it maybe. Yes ma'am.
Okay, so that's where I call it like a little check-in place to make sure you got your ticket. I don't know what it's called. But then after you've shown your ticket, they let you buy to board the plane.
Yes ma'am.
And the area between where they give their ticket or show their ticket and before they board the plane, is that what you're referring to as a jetway? Is that what you said?
Yes ma'am. After you scan the ticket in this particular airport, they're all different. This particular airport, they scan their tickets and they walk through these sliding glass doors, and it's like a tunnel that you walk down to go to the plane. Inside of that sliding glass doors where the officers were standing waiting. The plainclothes customs officers were inside of that.
Okay, and that's where they were when Mrs. Adelson was arrested?
Correct.
Yeah, she went past the ticket into the jetway,
Yes ma'am.
not actually get on the plane.
No ma'am.
But you had the warrant before they got in line, right?
Correct.
And you watched them for however many minutes before they got called up to put their ticket in, right?
Yes ma'am. I wanted to get them not in a crowd of people, right in the middle of all these people. Wanted to get them kind of separated off, and after they're through the jetway, by themselves over there.
Well, before they started, when they got in line, then there are a bunch of people right there with them, right?
There were people there with them the whole time. There were people sitting around them.
Right.
Because it's very narrow seating
Right.
where they're sitting, and they were right in the middle of all these people, and then they got in line with all these people. Once they go one at a time, people are going to the plane. Once they went through, those officers just stopped them, pulled them to the side, away from the line, and just began speaking with them.
But when they go through the line, there's a line of people behind them gonna get on the plane, right?
That's correct.
So when they go through, the glass doors are gonna open, and that's where you're gonna take her into custody?
Yes, off to the side, yes, past them, where they're still getting on the plane, but we're past them.
Well, people are getting on the plane, they're coming by through the same general vicinity of where you took her into custody.
Sure.
And those same people were out there while you sat there for however many minutes watching her. Were you could have taken her into custody there too, right?
Sure.
But you didn't.
No ma'am.
You waited until she went through the little gate, and then you arrested her.
Yes ma'am.
And when she was taken into custody, her husband was standing there with her, right?
Correct.
And you went through the little process that you went through, and you said they had 2 carry-on bags, right?
I believe so.
And in your investigation, you learned that with the 2 carry-on bags, they had maybe some additional luggage, right?
Yes ma'am.
And
Checked luggage.
right, a couple of pieces, right?
Correct.
And in those couple of pieces, they had just regular clothing, right?
I assume, yes.
They didn't show up with boxes full of clothes.
No.
Okay. And
Well,
then,
I never saw the checked on luggage. I have no idea how much they checked.
okay. So in your investigation, you didn't learn that?
In my investigation, learn what?
That they only had 2 checked bags and 2 carry-ons?
No.
Okay. She obviously had her cell phone, and you've testified that you got that from her.
Yes ma'am.
And you described this little interaction before she'd give you the cell phone. She didn't fight with you, did she? Like, she wasn't swinging on you?
And she did try to hit me, no ma'am.
You didn't have to take her to the ground and grab it out of her hands?
No ma'am, I was very gentle.
Okay, you got the phone?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. And the phone is part of the evidence of what you went on, and somebody downloaded and looked to see what was on it, right?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, and her husband Harvey, he had some credit cards and a little bit of cash, right?
Mr. Adelson? I didn't search Mr. Adelson.
Okay. Did Mrs. Adelson have a bunch of cash on her?
I don't know. I didn't search her.
Okay. So you're not aware of what they got when she was taken into custody?
No.
Okay. I need to ask counsel something about your ruling, Judge. Could I have just one moment?
Please approach. Everyone can be seated. We will bring the jurors back in the next 5 minutes. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now. Please be seated. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just have a few more questions. Agent Sanford, these questions, I'm not asking for your belief or your opinion. I'm asking for direct evidence, okay?
Okay.
In your investigation, you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Sigfredo Garcia, correct?
Correct.
And you found no direct connection between Donna Adelson and Luis Rivera, correct?
Correct.
And Katie Magbanua has testified that, I'm going to ask you a question, but I'm leading up to it. Katie Magbanua has testified that she met Donna Adelson one time when she had a dental appointment at Adelson Institute, and they exchanged greetings at the front desk. Besides that, there's no direct connection between Katie Magbanua and Donna Adelson, is there?
Correct.
You have emails, voice messages, text messages, and later recorded calls. Direct evidence on any of those things. Did Donna Adelson ever say that she wanted Danny Markel to be killed?
Those exact words?
Those words. Did she say she wants him killed?
No.
Did she say she was planning to have him killed?
No.
Did she say she was hiring to have him killed?
No.
Someone to go and kill him?
No.
Did you say that she intended that he be killed?
No, she did not say that.
I don't have any further questions. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You came all the way from Miami?
Yes, ma'am.
Sorry about that. You indicated that the search was done on November the 14th of 2023. What time of day did you get there?
I think we arrived around 1:15, 1:30, and I think we executed the warrant around 2:30.
PM?
Yes.
And who was present?
It was myself, Sergeant Michael Scott, Sergeant Paul Villaverde, Detective David Denmark, and there were members of our priority response team.
Okay. Was any of the occupants, were they present?
Yes, Mr. Harvey Adelson was present.
Okay. And you had a search warrant with certain things you were permitted to obtain. So were you involved in the search yourself, or you were just in charge of?
Yeah, our team. I was the affiant on the warrant, and then our team assisted with the, my team assisted with the search.
Okay. Was it a thorough search?
I mean, well, yeah, we were looking for certain things. We had an electronics canine dog also come to assist, and we conducted the search.
What does an electronics canine dog do?
Searches for electronic devices.
And did the dog find anything?
I don't remember specifically if there was anything dog identified to. He may have hid in the closet area where a laptop was.
Okay. And are they trained to get battery operated and like plugged in electronic devices?
I'm not too sure what the level of training. I'm not a handler.
Did you see the dog in the closet? You said it alerted to something in the closet?
No, I said I believe he alerted to a laptop that was in the closet. I'm
Did
just
you-
going off of memory.
Did you observe that?
No.
Did not, okay. All right. Let me see here just a second. Did you make a list of the items that were seized?
There are a series of property receipts that were prepared after.
Okay. Based on the search warrant that you got, every search warrant has some kind of limitations, although when you read them, it doesn't really seem that limited. But in this case, you were able to search anything that was there, electronic, paper, sticky notes, etc., if it had the evidence that you, in your search warrant, you had sought to look at, correct?
Correct.
And that would have been financial records, asset ownership records, et cetera, et cetera.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Were you the one responsible for making sure that each area that was within the home was searched?
Ultimately, our team does that. So it's kind of an effort by everybody that was involved in the search itself.
Okay.
So I would say, as a group, yes, the apartment was searched.
Okay. And you're allowed to go into, you can open drawers, you can open boxes, you can open dressers, all of those things, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness? Thank you. I'm going to show you what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 160. Does that appear to be one of the photographs of one of the closets that was searched?
Yes, ma'am.
And 157 that's been entered of the State's, does that also appear to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And looking at in Exhibit 157, I'm sorry, I don't mean to get in your personal space.
No, you're good.
Okay. In 157, this appears to be female clothing here, correct?
It does.
And on the left-hand side, it looks like blouses on the top, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Jackets on the bottom, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on the right-hand side, you can see some dresses that are hanging up, correct?
Appears to be, yes.
Okay. And on 160, does that, take your time looking at it, but does that show any electronic devices in that particular closet?
If you look towards the end, you see a USPS box, and there will be a laptop underneath.
Okay. Did you notice anything else?
Not that's jumping out at me right now.
I got really bad eyesight because I'm old. See that little light under there? Underneath that blouse?
Okay.
Does that appear to be something electronic?
It could be.
Is it a light that's on?
I see a dot there. I'm not.
Okay. Did you all, excuse me, do you recall as part of the search going through a safe?
No.
So there would be no pictures of the safe that was present in the home?
I don't recall pictures of the safe, no.
If there is a safe with your search warrant, you have the right to go into it, correct? To look for the items that are authorized to get in the search warrant?
Yes,
Right.
ma'am.
Okay. If someone there had located the safe, you would document that with pictures as well?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes.
And what time did you say you left?
I don't recall
You don't recall?
what time we left. It might have been 3-something.
3-something? So you were there at least a couple of hours?
By the time I believe we executed the warrant around 2:23, maybe 2:20 p.m.
Okay.
So we left probably about an hour later, I think.
Okay. And, gosh, I just lost my train of thought. When you went and executed the search warrant, were you kind of aware about the general facts in this case, what the allegations were?
Yes.
Was this your first assignment on the case?
No.
What else had you done on the case?
In 2015, we assisted with the case.
Okay. I believe you maybe did some searching of the Prius.
I did.
Okay. Were you aware that there was an allegation that there were stacks of $100 bills that were in groups of 10, which would be 1,000 if my math is still correct, and they were stapled together? Were you aware of that?
I've heard that during the course of the investigation.
If you had found that inside the apartment, would you have documented that?
Probably.
Just 1 second, please. One of the photographs that the state entered, and I'll go get it if you don't remember it, but one of them that they entered had some luggage. You remember that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all search the luggage?
I don't believe we entered the bag, no.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Redirect.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
You testified that you spoke with a investigator, a woman. Was the woman white or black?
She was black.
Okay. Do you remember testifying in a hearing on this matter a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember saying that she was white?
Yes. I was confused.
You were confused by the question, or you were confused about the race of the investigator that you spoke with?
It was about the question.
Okay. And isn't it true that you also spoke with a male investigator last August?
Yes.
Okay. And that was about less than a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson?
To the next part with Miss Adelson.
No, we're talking in originally. That was about a month after you moved into the pod with Miss Adelson.
Yes.
Okay. And you spoke with that first investigator, the male?
Yes.
Okay. And it's your testimony that at that point in time, Miss Adelson had already offered you money, land, and a trailer.
Yes.
Okay. And you told that to that first investigator?
I did.
Okay. So on August, I believe it was August 30th of 2024, your testimony is that you told the first investigator, the man, about that offer?
I did.
Okay. Did you also tell him that the information that you were saying about Miss Magbanua was false?
I did.
All of it?
I did.
Okay. Isn't it true that you've also testified that in fact Miss Magbanua was manipulative?
I did.
And is that true?
It is.
Now, you testified that my client admitted doing it and that it was to keep her grandkids, but it wasn't supposed to go that far.
Correct.
Okay. Now, isn't it true that the only thing that she did was write checks to Miss Magbanua?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that what she told you?
Not sure.
Haven't you previously said that Miss Adelson, my client, did not plan the murder?
Correct.
How many times did you meet with an investigator from the any of the defense attorneys in this case?
Could you repeat the question?
How many times have you met with an investigator from any of the defense attorneys' offices?
Twice.
Remember previously testifying that someone from the defense attorney's office came 4 or 5 times.
No, I did not.
How many times did a female investigator come to speak with you?
Once.
Do you remember testifying previously that you said a female investigator came twice?
If I said that, then that's what it was.
Can I get a page on my number on that, please?
I don't have it.
I would object to improper impeachment.
Please show the witness the prior statement or testimony so she can explain, deny, or admit.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Refer you, I believe it's the April 1st or 2nd interview with Investigator Newlin and Pat Sanford at the Leon County Detention Center, page 20. And we'll start with the female investigator, lines 16 through 18. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you just read that to yourself, please? Did you say something differently when you first met with the representative of the state attorney's office?
I did.
Okay. So, when you first met with the state attorney's office representatives and Special Agent Sanford, when asked how many times the defense investigators come to see you, you said 4 or 5, correct?
Correct.
And then how many times did the female investigator come to speak to you? You said twice.
Correct.
Okay. Just a moment, Your Honor. Ms. Bird, you've testified that you were incarcerated with my client for 6 to 7 months. How much of that time were you actually sleeping in the bed next to her?
Somewhere in between 3 to maybe 4 months.
The jail records reflect something differently. Would they be more accurate?
Could be.
Could be more accurate, or they
Yeah.
are?
They are, because we were.
Thank you. Nothing further. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Now, you testified that you haven't been promised anything, correct?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that you were released from jail on February 11th,
Yes,
2025 as a result of your cooperation in this matter?
Oh, I don't know if it was a result of my cooperation, but yes, that's when I was released.
Okay. And so you met with law enforcement. In fact, you sent a letter to a Detective Turner in December of 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said that you had information about Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And that you cooperated in the past and you wanted to do it again.
Correct.
And then as a result of that, on December 18th, Detective Turner came and met with you.
Correct.
And you spoke with him about this matter.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 20th, you were taken up to the state attorney's office to meet with the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then as a result of that conversation, on February 11th, you were released.
I don't know if that's how it works.
Okay. Now, I want to back up a little bit. You've met prior to being rearrested in September of 2024. You knew Patricia Bird, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Were you guys friends on the outside?
No.
Just on the inside?
Yes, sir.
But you've been friendly before?
Friendly, I suppose, for jail.
Now, when you first met with law enforcement, or the state attorney's office on December 20th of 2024, towards the end of that conversation, you said to them, "Did I do a good job?" Isn't that true?
Yes, it is.
Now, when you met with them on that day, the offer that you'd had at that point was 5 to 6 years in prison, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now I want to back up a little bit. Let's see. So that violation of probation. You were originally put on that probation September 1st of 2023, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point in time, isn't it true that you qualified for enhanced sentencing?
If you're talking about the PRR, is that what you're talking about? I'm not sure.
Did you qualify as a PRR sentence?
I think it was actually past the 3 years.
Okay. I'm going to approach, and I'll have this marked for identification purposes. Identification purposes. Judgment and sentence that was rendered on September 1st of 2023. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And it indicates that you qualify for PRR sentencing, but the state is waiving it at that time, correct?
Okay. Yes, it does say that.
Okay. And so this is a judgment and sentence or conviction for 1 count of burglary of an occupied dwelling and 1 count of burglary of a dwelling, 2 counts of burglary of a conveyance. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
commit a qualifying offense within 3 years of your release from prison, the court has to sentence you to the maximum sentence day for day unless you have a plea agreement that says otherwise, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that would mean that this sentence, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years day for day in prison, correct?
If I went to trial, yes, sir.
If you didn't have this plea agreement.
Yes, sir.
But you did have this plea agreement.
Yes.
And you were put on probation.
Yes, sir.
Now, it specifically says if you violate probation, they can reimpose the prison releasee reoffender sentence. Is that correct?
Yes.
Unfortunately, you did violate that probation, didn't you?
I did.
Okay. And on June 18th of 2024, probation officer signed an affidavit of violation because you started using again, correct?
Yes, sir.
You were rearrested. You didn't go back to prison, did you?
No,
You got a chance for more treatment, didn't you?
I did.
Now, originally in that 2023 sentence, you did an inpatient program,
Yes, at Sisters in Sobriety.
and you completed that.
I did.
Okay. Here, when you were reinstated in July of 2024, you were stepped down to outpatient, correct?
Yes, sir.
You didn't report to probation, did you?
No,
You started using again,
I did.
and you strung your probation officer along, lying to them.
I don't think I did that, but
You did not make yourself available for supervision.
no, I didn't.
You didn't follow instructions,
I just didn't go.
and you also didn't test.
I didn't go, correct.
And so then you are rearrested, not just for the violation of probation, but also for a new felony charge, correct?
What's the new felony charge?
Burglary of a conveyance?
Okay, yes, correct.
And so in September of 2024, when you were rearrested for violating probation and the new burglary charge, that point in time, you are facing 15 years mandatory day-for-day sentencing, unless you can reach an agreement with the state.
Correct,
And then you meet Donna Adelson,
correct.
your get out of jail free card.
I don't have an answer to that.
And you befriended her,
We became friends, yes.
and you would ask her questions about her case.
No, I didn't ask her questions about her case. She offered it to me and I would listen to her.
Okay. So it's your testimony here today that you did not ask her questions.
I can't remember, I may have asked her one or two. I mean, we were locked up for a long time, but I didn't go to her constantly and asking her questions, no.
Just a moment.
Before you ask your next question, Mr. Zelman, please make sure it's sufficiently clear as it relates to matters that have been ruled upon.
Yes, sir, and that's exactly what I'm having ensure done. Okay. So, if you didn't reach an agreement with the state, the court would have to sentence you to 15 years, day for day.
If I went to trial and was found guilty, yes.
So that your understanding is if you went to trial, you would face 15 years, day for day.
If I was found guilty, yes.
Okay. So we're talking about a violation of probation. You go to a VOP hearing. You've already testified that you started using again.
Yes,
You didn't show up for probation.
correct.
Okay. So if you went to court without an agreement, you would have to be sentenced to 15 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, isn't it true that when you went to meet with law enforcement on December 20th of 2024, you made sure a couple days prior to this to sit down in a location in the pod and engage in a lengthy conversation with Donna Adelson, correct?
Oh, no, actually the pod, you can see, the whole pod is visible.
Isn't it true that you told them that you made sure that you sat where a camera could catch you while you sat with my client going over paperwork?
Yes.
Okay. And you wanted them to make sure that they could get video of you with my client?
Yes.
Okay, just a moment, Your Honor. Did you tell my client she was naive about jail?
That she was naive about jail?
Yes.
Meaning that she just wasn't aware of what went on in jail?
Yes.
I may have. I don't remember.
Now let's talk about that video. I believe the state's going to be introducing that a little bit later. Now, describe for the jury how it came to be that my client wrote down the script that they've introduced into evidence.
How it came to be?
Yes.
Donna wrote it, and she and I were supposed to go over it and practice it.
Okay. During that time that you were sitting there, did you write anything down?
I may have colored or written something, but
Did
I
you-
honestly don't remember.
Did you take things out of the notebook that you'd already written and show them to her?
Probably, maybe. I don't know. I honestly don't remember. It's been a while.
So you don't remember telling her what to write?
No, I didn't tell her what to write.
Your testimony here today is that you never told her what to write?
Yes.
Okay. That's the one thing you are sure about here today. Just a moment, Your Honor. Nothing further?
Redirect examination.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We meet again.
We do.
So, I think I'm going to go backwards a little bit. Now, you agreed that WhatsApp is used internationally, correct?
It is, yes.
And in your presentation, you indicated that in my client's planner, there was some notations to sell jewelry, dishes, implants, and comics.
Yes.
My client, at the time, was 72 or 73. Did you believe she had a comic collection?
I'm not sure that she did.
And what about implants?
Well, other than the fact that Donna, or Harvey Adelson was a dentist.
I'm going to show you. Let's see, this is not too far. May I approach with States 155?
You may.
looking at states 155, picture that's on my screen, is that the same picture? It's just that's narrower.
Yes, it's a different perspective, but yes.
So let's zoom in on this. Should have brought my mouse. Can you read what that says? Or you want me to turn it?
It says implant motor.
And looking at 152, 153, and 154, that's a closet, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And is that, you can't see it there, but let's go back here. That's the bedroom closet where that implant motor was, correct?
I'm not aware of this being a bedroom. It does appear to be a closet.
Okay. Well, I'll go grab another picture then. That picture indicates that there are dishes in that closet, correct?
There are dishes in the closet, yes.
Keep those for me, please. Would you agree it'd be unusual for dishes to be in a bedroom closet?
Possibly, yes.
But I'll show you from my laptop. And approach.
I'll have to clarify my last answer too. There are dishes in my spare bedroom closet, so.
I did not know that to ask that of you, but.
I just want to be honest.
I will have this printed, Your Honor, this next picture, but it's identified as RTC_0029. Would you agree that that depicts a bedroom?
That does, yes.
Let's go here. Are those the boxes that we saw in states 155?
They appear to be, yes.
Same paper, and you have the coffee maker?
Yes.
Okay. So we're still in that room. Let's see if we can get a different perspective here. Would you agree that they didn't do a very good job documenting this search warrant?
Well, it is a little hard to figure out from the smaller pictures. I don't necessarily disagree that this is the bedroom closet. I just wasn't personally there.
Okay, so you have that small piece of luggage.
Yes.
In this picture, that's 155. And then in this one here, it's 0043. Would you agree that that's the same piece of small luggage in the same closet with the dishes?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take this from you. Now, during the course of your investigation, Sergeant, are you aware of the fact that my clients sold their home in Coral Springs and moved into a condo?
I am aware of that occurring at some point, yes.
And so merely because my client is selling some kitchen items or some jewelry, does that indicate that they are fleeing the country?
By itself, no.
If someone's going out of town, would it be unusual for them to stop Amazon deliveries?
It would not.
Merely stopping Amazon deliveries, that does not indicate that they are not coming back, does it?
Not by itself.
Do you have any knowledge whether or not the trust that was set up for Roman Adelson, Charlie Adelson's son, took care of child support for a certain period of time?
I have no information about that trust.
Would you agree in looking through that calendar that Mrs. Adelson, my client, constantly updates it to give herself reminders?
I would agree, yes.
Is there any evidence that you discovered in your investigation that indicate that my client moved assets overseas?
None that I am aware of.
That's a no?
That is a no.
There's no evidence that you were able to uncover that my client was moving out of the country as opposed to obtaining a 90-day tourist visa.
I would say the evidence that I observed from the messages, the business that was being taken care of, it was at least a lengthy time to be away.
So a 90-day tourist visa?
That could be, yes.
Okay. Now, do you know what it means for a tourist visa to be multiple or multi-entrants?
I do not specifically.
Would you agree that a fair definition of that would mean that the person who holds the visa can enter the country, leave the country, and return to the country?
Yes.
And a tourist visa, if you know, is just that. It's for a tourist, not for a resident.
Correct.
Now, one of the slides that you didn't go over, I believe it was, at least in one of the versions, slide 328.
Would you like me to go to that?
Sure.
See which way is faster. Well, that would be the new 328.
Ah, see, I haven't been provided with the full new version. It's the slide 328 with the Sun Sentinel article.
With that article?
Yes.
That is not in here.
That's no longer in there.
That's correct.
Okay. All right, may I approach?
You may.
Yes.
Do you know where that is in your?
It's not in here.
It's not in that one. Do you still have it where you can display it?
I can get to it, yes. We'll probably, yeah, as long as I stay muted.
Yes, thank you.
Just to clarify, Mr. Zelman, this is the version not in evidence, but you
It-
still wish the witness to place it on the screen.
Yes, it was in evidence, and I guess the state changed the present.
It was not in evidence, the one in evidence does not have it.
Just that.
Yep, just that. Says, I think it's going to be a speedy trial, Weinstein said. Who is Weinstein?
Attorney.
One of Charlie's attorneys?
Yes.
Thank you. your review of the text messages, the communications, was there any evidence that my client was aware of the friendly texts that Charlie had with Katherine Magbanua?
There was no evidence that your client was specifically aware of the content of the communications between Charlie and Katie, no.
And you put on a bunch of slides where it's just another instance of Charlie Adelson just running his mouth. This time in writing, so his thumbs.
Yes, there are a lot of communications.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Redirect examination.
Yes, sir, quickly.